Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, panelists, and esteemed participants. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the Build a Sustainable Brand Conference 2.0. My name is Emmanuel Adejuwon-Lotubiele, and I am honored to serve you as the moderator for today's event. With me today, before I go into the rest of the program, is going to be my co-moderator, by name Chinenye, Priscilla, and Nemena. So for some time, you will be seeing me presenting, while at other times, you're going to be experiencing Chinenye and Chinenye, Priscilla, and Nemena, presenting virtually. We have decided to make it a hybrid event to give it a blend to cater to the people present physically and those present virtually. This conference is not just a sequel, but a continuation of the powerful conversation around building brands that not only thrive, but contribute meaningfully to society and environment. As we gather today, we stand at the intersection of innovation, sustainability, and business excellence, ready to explore how we can create brands that resonate with consumers while remaining committed to a more sustainable future. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers, panel discussions, and interactive sessions designed to equip you with practical insights, trends, strategies to drive your brand forward in a responsible and sustainable way. Whether you're an entrepreneur, a marketer, or sustainability advocate, today promises to be a day of learning, networking, and inspiration. On behalf of the convener, Mrs. Victoria Golade Ajishe, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being here. Your presence reflects your commitment to not only building better brands, but also to contributing positively to the world around us. As we go along this journey, we would like to crave your indulgence to kindly extend our discussion in this conference to our world by sharing nuggets from this conference on various social media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, X, WhatsApp, and LinkedIn, using the hashtags the BSB Conference, the BSBC 2024, or the Educators Connect with TCM. So let's get started with the events today. Once again, you are most welcome. A round of applause, please. Without wasting any more time, I'd like to use this opportunity to bring forward the convener of this great initiative, of this conference, the Build a Sustainable Brand Conference 2.0. I'm going to call on Mrs. Victoria Ogolade Ajishe. But before I do, here are some things you should know about Mrs. Ogolade Ajishe. Mrs. Victoria Ogolade Ajishe, FIMC CMC, is a certified education consultant who is dedicated to leveraging technology to solve education challenges. With a background in computer science, educational administration, and product development management, she has led initiatives that have impacted over 9,000 educators and nearly 500,000 students across the EMEA region. Victoria has worked with global organizations to expand their reach across Africa and earn international recognitions and awards. Through her learning, design, and training facilitation experiences, she has helped educators in both rural and urban areas to become professionally relevant and eligible for positions of high remuneration opportunities. Victoria currently works as an independent consultant and master trainer with UNESCO MGIEP, facilitating training on digital pedagogy and social emotional learning for educators across Africa, Asia, and Europe. As the founder of Sprouting Daisies Limited, an edtech social enterprise, she is committed to providing educators with professional development opportunities while empowering students to maximize their potential across multiple intelligences. Outside of work, she's deeply engaged in community initiatives. She convened a landmark gathering of educators across Africa for World Teachers' Day, drawing over 3,000 participants from over 20 countries. Additionally, she is a core team member of Equip Leadership Nigeria, an initiative by John C. Maxwell, driving media strategies for impactful sub-regional conferences and other initiatives by the organization. Victoria is also a volunteer for the Global Mentorship Conference with over 20,000 participants from 45 countries of the world. As a passionate educator who is highly committed to education and technology, she actively contributes to SDG goals 4 and 8. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Victoria Ogunlade Ajishe.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you're joining us all over the world. It's indeed a huge pleasure to be doing the second edition of this conference. I remember last year where it started was something that just came up my mind sometimes mid-August. I was on vacation. I went to my parents' house, and that midnight, the idea just occurred. And from nowhere, immediately, I started messaging people on LinkedIn to be keynote speakers. And right there, in less than 10 minutes, the very first person I sent a message accepted and said, yes, I'll be there. I've never met this person before. And I said, oh, this is indeed a sign that this is here to stay. 6 weeks of preparation last year. We had over 2,000 participants from 20 plus countries. It was mind blowing. And then this year, it felt like it wasn't going to happen. Last year, someone had suggested, oh, why don't we do hybrid? I said, hybrid. I remember the experience doing virtual alone because, this is something we do as a CSR project, using part of our profits at Sprouting Daisies Limited just to impact educators. Because the vision for my personal self and the company last year was social impact. We just wanted to make sure that we were contributing our quota to SDG 4. So when Sprouting Daisies started as an idea about 6 years ago, the vision was to develop multiple intelligences in children, which was what we started with about 10 to 12 children. August was that 2018, thereabout. And then along the line, we decided to expand, and another company reached out to us because we've been doing things on STEAM, and they said, why not train teachers for us? And from there, we started expanding in teacher development capacities. Now, we thought it was a good idea because we wanted to go around and teach every child. I don't know the number of years it would take us to get to all the children that we have in Nigeria, let alone in Africa. But I believe it's a good idea, and I think you would also agree with me, that if you train one teacher in, say, 1 year, as a class size of 25 children, right? Or 40 or 100, and we're able to reach, say, 100 or 1,000 teachers, can we multiply to see what the multiple effects of that is? Does that make sense, anyone? So that was the idea. And we said, oh, if we cannot reach the amount of children that we are looking to reach, then of course we can train the teachers that have access to these children. So with this year's registration, to the glory of God, we were able to get 3,200 plus registrations from over 30 countries as well. So it means that we've made progress. And I'm excited about this. And I want to thank each and every one of you that are either watching virtually or that are present here physically, because if you were not here, then there will be no us, right? If you did not agree to come, if you did not agree to register, then this event wouldn't have even been a success at all. Now, this event, as its terms, strengthening the resilience of teachers and building sustainability. The key idea that we want everyone to go back home with when they leave this event is to see themselves as a brand. That is why it is called the Build a Sustainable Brand Conference. Because we all know that there are, education challenges everywhere. There's the common challenge of low teacher remuneration and, low resources in different parts of the world, because the truth is it doesn't only happen in a particular country. A lot of countries, even most developed countries, are complaining that the remuneration that they get is low compared to the amount of work that they put in. But then if we keep complaining about these challenges and these problems, and we don't take any extra efforts to do something on our own, then the challenges will be there, they will remain. And it doesn't matter how long we complain for, nothing is going to change. But if you decide to make an effort, and I decide to make an effort, and all 3,000 plus of us that are registered for this conference today decide to do something, no matter how little it is, the way they say, little drops of little drops of water makes, see an ocean. So it's the same way. I believe that at the end of the day, we'll be able to achieve something meaningful. So I want to urge everyone that is attending the Build a Sustainable Brand Conference today to see yourself as an educator brand. So when you leave this conference today and you go back to the classroom from Monday, I want you to see yourself as a new person and say, despite the low resources, despite the low remuneration, I am standing here because I am a solution to a problem. Now, one thing is that there is something that intrinsic motivation does for you, especially if there's nothing you can do about the external factors that determines the work that you do. If you are not intrinsically motivated, then it becomes very challenging because you can't even control the external factors that are injuring your work. So please, as we go back, you might want to recite intentionally to yourself, make that conscious effort to say, I am a personal brand. I am an educator. I will do all I can to make every change possible to do my quota towards the SDG 4, which is quality education. I want to also urge you quickly to take your time and listen attentively, because we've gotten very, very beautiful speakers on this event today. We have our keynote speaker who is ready. She'll be speaking in a few minutes, Ms. Carol Barlow. We have 3 panel sessions. We have one on global education opportunities. We have a panel session on EdTech opportunities. Now, the reason why we got that is that technology is here to stay. Now, the only way you can contribute to education is not only by going into the classroom to teach. We've been talking about being a solution. You can also be a solution and even scale your impact through using technology. So if you want to create an ed tech, we have founders of EdTech organizations that will be on that panel, and some other EdTech opportunities that you can explore. They'll be sharing that with us. And we also have a panel session for education leaders. We have top leaders from top schools here in Nigeria that would also be on that panel to teach us the practices that they have been doing that has helped them to build sustainability in their respective organizations. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I say thank you so much for joining us today. And I do believe that you're going to have a very beautiful session today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ogunlade Ajishi, for that mind-blowing opening speech. And from what I heard her say, she made mention of something, and she said, if you keep complaining, nothing will change. But if you make an effort or decide to do something, or if you decide to do something, no matter how little it is, little drops make a mighty ocean, and see yourself as an educator brand. Before I bring in the first speaker, the keynote speaker, for context, in case you're wondering what the SDG goals are, they are called the Sustainable Development Goals. She made mention of this program being hinged on 2 SDG goals, SDG 4 and SDG 8. SDG 4 is based on quality education, and SDG 8 is based on decent work and economic growth. So it's something you should keep in mind as this session goes on. All right. I'm going to be calling in a few minutes. I'm going to be calling up Miss Carol Barlow, and she is the CEO and senior executive consultant of SIBA Group. Carol Barlow is an ardent international school improvement partner, consultant, a seasoned international education professional with over 30 years industry and education experience. Her passion for education is tangible to all who meet her, and her commitment to improving outcomes for young people remains at the heart of everything she does. Carol is mother to her adult son, James, but mother and mentor to so many others. As the CEO and executive consultant of SEBA Group, she has traveled extensively from the United Kingdom to Africa and beyond. Carol first came to Nigeria in 2008 and has visited several times since, delivering training to teachers and school leaders and owners. She moved to Nigeria in 2015 and has been proactively developing the education sector across Africa since that time. Carol is the founder and CEO of SEBA Group of companies. She is the member of the board of School Tri Limited in Sweden, the Bridge International School, Cameroon, Lagos Preparatory and Secondary School, Lagos in Nigeria. She has co-hosted school leaders from Nigeria at workshops in the UK. She's also the Pan-African Education and Management Consultant, working with leaders and managers on business strategy, school improvement, raising standards, international accreditation, and training. Although a passionate educator, Carol has also been involved with corporate strategic leadership training for private and public institutions. She's also the convener of Apple Educators Conference 2021. She has also been the convener of the Lugbe Educators Conference 2021. She's also the convener of the South Educators Conference 2022 in Port Harcourt, Warri, and Benin, all in Nigeria. She's also the convener of the Abuja Educators Conference, one of the largest gatherings of educators, teachers, leaders, school owners, and stakeholders in education in Abuja. She is also the host of Nigeria Educators Lounge, an online support platform for educators across Nigeria and beyond. She is also the international development partner for NCCE, offering scholarship programs to final year NCE students to raise standards of educational expertise. She has also consulted and worked with over 50 schools across Africa. She has trained over 10,000 teachers and leaders across Africa in the last 6 years. She has also trained lecturers from the University of Africa, Bayelsa State. She's also a public speaker and facilitator at various industry and education conferences, including NAPPS, that's NAPPS National Conference, APEN, Meadow Hall EduCamp, Potts Bridge Consult, to name but a few. Carol is a highly qualified practitioner, graduating from Manchester Metropolitan University, United Kingdom, with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Hospitality Management and Tourism. She later went on to the University of Huddersfield in the northeast of England to complete her postgraduate certificate in education, that in business and economics. She is an experienced teacher, school leader, consultant, and a leadership coach. Individuals under her tutelage thrive and flourish to become the best that they can be. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me, Miss Carol Barlow.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, great educators. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. Sometimes when I hear that somebody talking about me, I wonder, is it really me that they're talking about? It is to God be the glory for all that he has done and where he has brought me and how he has brought me, where he has brought me from and so far. So it's a great pleasure to be here today. Victoria, thank you so much for inviting me. It's an honor, it's a pleasure. And despite today, we're going to be talking about empowering educators, and we're going to be talking about resilience. we're going to be talking about sustainability, and we're going to be talking about how those things impact on education, can be impacted through education technology, leadership, and also we'll be talking about global opportunities. So let's get started. I would really appreciate, I'm virtual. One of the disadvantages of doing something virtually is that I can't see faces. I can't see your expression. I can't see whether you're listening, whether you're engaged. So I would really appreciate, and it would be very encouraging if you also were to drop some messages into the chat box so that I can see that you're there. So what I would first of all like you to do is, if you are online and you could just drop a message, let us know where you're listening from. And just say a quick hello. Even those of you that are in the hall, maybe you can join us online and just drop so that it becomes a little bit interactive, and I know that you're there and I know that you're listening. So let's get started. I think there are some slides that we're going to be also working with. So I'm hoping, hello there, Zacchaeus, good to see you. Thank you. You're the first person to drop a message. Yay. So I'm hoping that our slides are just coming up. Thank you so much. That's me looking very corporate. I want to start off by talking a little bit about resilience. Resilience. No, let me wait for the slides to come up. Let's move on to slide 2, please. First of all, next slide. Next slide. All right, good. Thank you. And I want to welcome us, first of all, to our session on empowering educators, strengthening resilience, and building sustainability. In today's educational landscape, challenges require educators to be resilient and innovative. We're going to focus on 3 pillars: edutech, leadership, and global opportunities as we're going through this session. Move on to the next slide, please. I want us to first of all talk about resilience. What is resilience? It is the ability to overcome challenges, setbacks, and adversity while maintaining progress, growth, and well-being. And the key elements of resilience include adaptability, emotional intelligence, and self-care. I want to just share a little experience that happened this morning that gives us an example of resilience. So I live on an estate in Abuja, and that estate is unfortunately for us, and unfortunately for my pocket, we're on band A, which means that we pay 3 times as much as most other people for our electricity. Now, for that privilege, we are supposed to get 20 plus hours of light per day. Yesterday, I had light. Throughout the night, I had no light. I woke up this morning, there was still no light, and there was no fuel for my generator. So this morning, as soon as I got up, I had to sort out, do I have enough money to go? Who's going to go and get my fuel for me? I had to get in my car. I had to rush to the fuel station. There were queues everywhere. Time was running out. I had to leave the fuel station and come back and purchase some black market fuel. I came back to the house. I poured the fuel in the generator. I started the generator. It wouldn't start. We're now minutes away from the start of the session. I hadn't done my makeup. I hadn't got myself dressed. Everything looked like it was going to be a disaster. And I decided I need to get myself ready. I need to get myself dressed. And then at the last minute, I went back outside. I started the generator and it started. That is an example of resilience. Not giving up in the face of challenges. Not giving up even though the Nigerian factor wants to frustrate us. And we're going to be talking about some of those things as we move through. So let's move to the next slide, please. one of the things that we need to do is to look at how, as educators, resilience is important for us. And the first thing we need to consider is developing resilience for students. I really do hope that we're going to be making notes, because there's a lot of things I'll be saying that are not necessarily on the slides. So one of the important things is that we need to develop resilience for students. Why? We have to help them to be able to cope with academic pressure. And never more so than here in Nigeria. We have parents that require and expect a lot from us, particularly if we're in the private education space. Students who are resilient are able to handle academic stress, such as exams or when they're struggling with difficult subjects. That ability not to give up. Using effective coping strategies and seeking support when needed. So it's really, really important that we are able to help them to cope with stress. And this starts from if there are early years teachers there, developing resilience means we don't do it for them. Developing resilience means that when children get things wrong, we actually say, instead of saying, no, you're wrong, and then telling them what's right, we say, have another go. Speak to the person next to you. See if you can find out where you went wrong. Compare your results with someone else. And I was in a classroom the other day, and that was the kind of thing that we began to encourage, where I remember I saw good practice. A teacher wrote a question on the board, and he asked a student for an answer. He wrote the answer on the board. Now, the answer was wrong, but he didn't tell the students that it was wrong. He now opened it up to the rest of the class and said, is she right or is she wrong? And the students themselves, so what it did was, instead of just taking an answer, the first answer that was taken, and saying it was wrong, and then moving for the right answer, what it did is the child that gave the answer was still thinking. The other students in the class were still thinking. They were looking at the answer. Some said, yes, she's right. Others said, no, she's wrong. And once they actually determined, once he'd got some responses for several people, he was able to say, now explain why you think this person is wrong. And the children were able to explain the right answer. This is where we are. We need to get children to think. We need to get them to find their own problems. We need find their own mistakes and correct their mistakes. We need to encourage a lot more peer collaboration, peer conversations, so that they can build their resilience, so they themselves begin to look for solutions to problems. One of the things that we introduced in one of the schools that I was working in was something called the 4 Bs. The 4 Bs: brain, book, buddy, boss. So before a child was able to raise their hand to ask for help, they first of all have to use their brain, right? What have they been taught? They have to try and remember what the teacher taught them. If they can't do it using their brain, the second place they look is their book. Is there an example that the teacher did? They go back to the example, they see if they can follow the example, and if they still don't understand, they now turn to a buddy, right? A colleague, a peer, to see if the buddy in the class can actually help them, before they finally ask the boss, who is the teacher. So brain, book, buddy, boss. These are some of the little strategies that can help us to build resilience in students. And also having the students, when they get something wrong, it's not simply saying, no, you're wrong, and telling them the right answer. It's actually getting them to go back and check their work themselves. Number 2 bullet point is bouncing back from failure. You know, one of the things that we have to, if we go back to the way children learn right from the outset, right from babyhood, they learn by bouncing back from failure. So think about a toddler who is learning to walk. So they start off by pulling themselves up. They now walk around the furniture, holding onto furniture. When they're starting to walk, they will now let go of the furniture. They will wobble a little bit. And then what happens? They fall down. Failure. And what do? They laugh, they giggle, and they pull themselves back up. They walk, they walk, they walk, they let go, they wobble, they fall down. And they continue to do that until such a time as they can walk confidently. Now, what happens when they fall down? Parents laugh. We applaud them because they started. So what happens when they get to school now and we're saying, no, you're wrong, and we're now putting negativity in their way? We need to encourage effort. That's a really good effort. You've really tried. You're not quite right. So I'd like you to go back and try again. Maybe work with your talk partner and see if you can work out where you went wrong. But good effort, really good effort. Those are the types of ways that we encourage children to become more and more resilient. And then managing personal challenges, whether dealing with family issues. So this is where pastoral care comes in. Managing family issues, mental health challenges, which is becoming an increasing concern around the world, not just in the West. Social dynamics. Resilient students need to be able to stay engaged in their education despite personal obstacles. Because the truth is, even if we're not getting on with our family, our husbands, our wives, we still have to come to work and perform. So that kind of resilience, being able to deal with personal issues and still perform, still do what you're supposed to do academically, is something that is a skill that we need to develop in these children. Next slide, please. So we're now moving on to developing resilience in teachers, right? You too need help. Teachers often face challenges, and no more so than right now at this moment in time in Nigeria. And there may be people from across the world that may be able to relate to some of the things that I'm talking about. Teachers often face challenges like changing curricula, diverse student needs, and also some of you, when it comes to curriculum, some of you are dealing with two or more curriculars. And so you're having to balance, you know, the content from one curriculum with the content from another curriculum. So it's really, really important that these are some of the challenges that we are facing. You have diverse students in your classes and they all have separate needs, and you have to be able to make yourself available and have different strategies sometimes for dealing with different children. And you need to adjust to these circumstances while still delivering high quality education. You need to also be able to maintain motivation and your personal well-being. Sometimes if you're in an environment that is very challenging, or if external factors are actually impacting on your work, you have to find something from within you that will keep you motivated, that will keep you engaged, that will keep you delivering good quality education for these students. And these things are really, really important. All of these things are part of resilience in teachers. Now, I'm going to pause here and I'm just going to ask a question very, very quickly. Can you just very quickly note down 5 challenges that teachers in Nigeria, or where you are, if you're calling in from across the world, what are 5 challenges that our teachers are facing today? What are those? Let me just pause and let's get some feedback. If you're here, you can drop some notes, drop some of those notes in the text box, in the chat box, so I know that you're still listening.
Sorry, just to cue in, if you are also logged in for some reason, you can also send your answers via the chat section,
All
just
right.
if you are.
Impatience, lack of empathy, teaching more classes than you should be, overcrowded classrooms, um, challenges faced by yes, resources, yes, resource constraints, enumeration, salaries, yes, financial challenges, light challenges like I had this morning, the economy, trying to get to work now, the amount you're spending on getting to work is more expensive than it used to be, infrastructural challenges, stress, yes, stress. All of these things cause stress, multiple curricula, lack of 21st century resources. Yes, 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 fantastic. Well done. I can see that you are all listening. And we need to be able to manage all of these things. We need to be able to manage those things. So let's move on to look at how we can develop. Let's move on to our next slide. Our next slide is, yes, developing resilience in teachers. Moving on. Okay, crisis management. Now, this is about and so this is now, so we've talked about students, resilience in students and why it's important. We've talked about resilience in teachers and why that's important. And now we're looking at resilience in schools and why it's important. Sometimes, just like in COVID-19, there are crises. Schools and universities that foster resilience can recover from crises such as natural disasters, economic difficulties like we're experiencing here in Nigeria at the moment, public health emergencies like COVID-19 pandemic, whilst ensuring the continuity of learning. Schools that keep on top of their game are the ones that can easily transition in the midst of crises. And it's so important. So some of the things that we're going to be talking about shortly are going to help us to develop resilience that will allow us to deal with crisis management in schools. And then promoting supportive environments. Resilient schools create school cultures that emphasize growth mindset, where mistakes are made or where mistakes are seen as part of the learning. So yes, okay, we get things wrong. Growth, in the process of growth, we are going to get it wrong at times. In the process of growth or in the process of change, we're also going to get things wrong. So it's really, really important that we have schools and school leaders who encourage a growth mindset, understand that mistakes doesn't mean that you fire the person. Mistakes means it's an opportunity to teach. It's an opportunity for the individual to grow. It's an opportunity, and it's all part of learning. So it's about creating a learning environment across the whole school, even amongst the teachers and the staff. And when this happens, students feel supported by their peers, by their teachers, and by the system. So when we build resilient schools, students feel safe, students feel calm, teachers, the workforce feels safe, the workforce feels calm. When you're in an environment where the leaders or the management are always on your back, they're always telling you what you're not doing, they're always telling you that you got it wrong, they're always threatening you, they're always penalizing you, they're always sending queries, they're always docking your salary, it makes everybody in the system feel unsafe. So we need to understand that mistakes are made, and that's okay. It's an opportunity for our staff and our students to learn from that process. So let's move on to our next slide, please, where we're looking at how we build resilience in schools and in the education sector. So number one, how we build positive relationships. We support our teachers, we support our families, and we support our peers, we support our colleagues, and we support students. and enable everybody to feel connected and valued. When you have an environment that is resilient, when one person is down, the other person is up. When one person is struggling, the other person is supporting. So it's really, really important to develop positive relationships within the school environment and within education. Then number two is about having a growth mindset, encouraging a growth mindset, believing that abilities and intelligence can develop through effort, encourages students to persist through challenges. So this growth mindset is not just developing it through the students; it's also developing it through the teacher body, the whole school. So something that we've introduced into our organization is something called DEAR. DEAR stands for drop everything and read. So for about 20 minutes every day, when we're all in the building, when we're all working administratively, at that point, there's a certain point in the day, which is about around lunchtime, around 1 o'clock, 1:30, where we all say, "Dear time," and everybody comes together. Now, we either read different books, or if we're in an organization, we as an organization, we're reading the same literature. Because what that does is it helps us to have discussions. If we're all on the same page, literally, if we're all on the same page, we can now read a chapter together and then discuss that chapter. And it's so much more engaging and interesting when you're able to read something that is going to develop your mindset, develop your growth mindset, and then discuss it within the organization. Now, it may not be possible to do it right across an organization, but I'll just tell you that I've done this in schools in the UK. And I've introduced it to schools in Nigeria, where everybody, administrators, teachers, leaders, school owners, students, everybody in the organization, but we limit it to 10 minutes. Everybody for 10 minutes does DEAR, which is drop everything and read. What it does is it develops literacy, it strengthens literacy, but in addition to that, it also helps with a growth mindset. So these things are important. The next one is emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence. Teaching students how to manage, not just teaching students, teaching teachers and students and everybody in the school community to manage emotions and stress. Fosters their ability to stay focused and engaged. Now, I'll be vulnerable with you. One of the things I struggle with is stress. In fact, at the moment, my blood pressure is going up and down based on stress. We have to find ways to manage stress. We need to find ways not to get angry. We need to find ways to be empathetic to one another. We have to be very astutely aware and sensitive to our colleagues. So, for example, is someone looking sad? Is someone looking challenged? Is someone looking worried? Do you know, you just stopping your colleague in the corridor and saying, "Are you okay? You're looking a bit upset today. Are you sure you're fine?" Even if they tell you, "I'm fine, thank you." Whatever is going on with them, they may not want to share it, but the fact that you noticed somehow makes them feel better. So even if it's not you that's going through the situation, but we are sensitive to the people around us enough to ask, what that does will allow us to make them feel a little bit better. So emotional intelligence within an organization also helps to build resilience. Then developing problem-solving skills. I had a problem this morning. I had no light. All my devices were running low, and I used my phone as my internet. So I had a problem, and I had to go through the process of problem solving. Okay, what can I do? There's no light. Maybe the light will come. There's no light. I need to go and but there's no fuel. I need to go and get fuel. The queue at the fuel station was too long. I knew I was not going to be back on time. So what's the next solution? Black market. black market. So I had to go through that process of problem solving to ensure that I was here, and I was here on time, and I was ready to deliver. So these are skills that we need to build across the whole school economy. And what that does is solving problems and developing a problem-solving mindset also helps us to think critically and creatively about how to solve problems and overcome obstacles. So these things are really important. And then access to resources. How many people, in fact, when I was asking about the problems, a lot of you were saying resources, access to resources, light issues, and all of those were problems. So access to resources, the availability of academic and emotional support services ensures that students have the tools to succeed despite difficulties. So you also, especially if you're in a low fee paying school, you need to think creatively about how you're going to overcome some of the resource challenges that you have. Maybe instead of, let's say this is a pencil holder, right, that you're putting on each desk so that students have the equipment that they need in the classroom, right? This might be a pencil holder, but instead, what you might do instead is take a water bottle, cut the top off it, decorate it nicely, and that becomes your pencil holder. So it'd be lovely to purchase this and to have this available, but actually we can improvise. So how can we improvise? Go online. There are plenty of people that are showing us how we can do things more cheaply, and so on and so forth. So I'd like to move on to our next slide, which is talking about sustainability, right? So one, we're talking about resilience, and then the next, we're talking about how to sustain and the importance of sustaining some of the things we've talked about in the teaching environment. So sustainable teaching practices ensure that educators can continue providing high quality education without burnout, and can be achieved from both personal and institutional perspectives. So when we're talking about sustainable teaching practices, we need to make sure that we have the resilience, the strength, the capacity to sustain teaching practice. So we need to make sure that we limit our stress levels, we reduce our problems by having a problem-solving mindset. We need to make sure that we stay on top of our game in terms of our subject knowledge by doing a lot of research, by accessing resources and things like that. We need to do that because it involves effective workload management. Right? When we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about you being able to sustain momentum, sustain high quality education for your students, keep yourselves strong until the end of each session, end of each term. It's important. So sustainability from a personal perspective is about you as the educator, but it's also about the institution. How, for example, is the institution going to sustain the light situation? You know, do we have to think about moving from having a generator to creating some solar solutions? Because the cost of electricity is becoming incredibly high, as is the cost of fuel. So we have to have a problem-solving mindset. We need to develop critical thinking. We need to be able to look for sustainable solutions to the problems that we have. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about sustainable practice. So I want us to talk a little bit now about how we can use some of those other things to develop resilience. So we're going to move on to talk about EdTech, and how we can enhance resilience through technology. Now, technology enhances resilience by offering us new ways to engage students and manage our workloads. How many of you have heard of artificial intelligence, AI? It has halved my workload significantly. So AI is the latest trending skill that you must have as educators. You must be able to use educational technology and artificial intelligence to be able to develop resources, develop handouts, develop content, develop lesson notes. These artificial intelligence can take 80% of your workload off you if you know how to use it. So, Victoria, I noticed that when we were talking about Victoria, we said that she's a Microsoft Microsoft educator, I think. She's clearly got so many skills in ICT, and she can use those skills. So go and meet her. Go and get some training. If you don't have those skills, go and meet her and say, when's the next training? We need you to train us on AI. We need you to train us on how to use technology, how to leverage on technology so that we can further engage our students. During COVID-19, there were schools that had been in existence for 30 years that during COVID-19 had no clue what to do. A solution. They were not able to leverage technology because they had not sufficiently kept themselves updated. Meanwhile, there were other schools led by innovative leaders, innovative school owners who were able to finish school one day in person and start teaching on Monday virtually, because they already had the infrastructures. They already had educators who had been trained. They were already using those things effectively in their classrooms. So how can we do that? We can use tools like Google Classroom, Zoom, StreamYard, which is what we're using today, other educational apps. I went into a classroom just this week and I was absolutely blown away. I was doing an inspection of that school, and every child had either a tablet or they had a laptop, and they were actively using those resources in the classroom. Now, that might not be available to everybody, but as far as is reasonably possible, if you are a teacher, these laptops and technology should be part of your toolkit. One of the first purchases that you make as you leave teacher training and you move into a environment, you should use your first salary or your second salary to purchase a laptop. It's a tool of the trade. Nobody can come and work for me unless they have a laptop, because I say it's a tool of the trade. You must have a laptop. You must be conversant with technology. In in Nigeria in general, we are so far behind. And so what's going to make you stand out as an educator is your ability to leverage on technology. I've been teaching for many, many years. In fact, you'll be very, very shocked to know how old I am. I am almost hitting retirement. So that's just to give you an idea. But I have to keep myself up to date with the latest technology in order that I can engage with the world that we're in today. We need to be lifelong learners, and it is really, really important that we do that. So moving on to our next slide. Again, it's more about leveraging on technology. I'm just watching my time. I think we're running out of time. I think I'm just being told that I'm running out of time. So let's okay, all right. So I need to be concluding. So can you move on to the next slide? Let me just finish off by looking at leadership. Leadership in uncertain times. Let's move on to leadership. All right. Leadership on uncertain times. Leadership is more important than ever in uncertain times. Great leaders demonstrate flexibility, empathy, and vision. They support teachers, foster collaboration, and ensure their teams have the tools to succeed. So the important thing, and where I want to finish today's session, because we are running out of time, and we've not even touched on global opportunities, but let me try and sum it up in one. We've talked about so many things with regards to resilience and sustaining resilience. We've talked about how to leverage on technology. Leaders need to also leverage on technology. Leaders need to be at the forefront of their game. They need to support and encourage teachers. They need to encourage teachers to collaborate. They need to create environments and school culture that will empower teachers to work together and to work as teams. You need to create safe places for teachers and learners to grow. And off the back of that, next slide, please. Next slide. There, we're talking about global opportunities. Next slide again. All right, the next slide again is by making yourself stand out. By making yourself stand out, what it will do is open you up to global opportunities. When Victoria did her introductory speech, she was talking about the things that she's done internationally, and you're talking about building a brand. She's built a brand based on professional development, sustainability through professional development. These things are really important. I'm so sorry that we've run out of time. I've talked too much. I always do. But thank you so much for listening. And I hope that you've learned at least something today. And maybe at some point we'll have another opportunity. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and God bless.
Can we please make that applause louder? In fact, I think by now I have received so much. I am already my stomach is already full. I'm already full of a lot of information she has given off to us today. And one of what she has mentioned is we should maintain motivation and well-being. Find something that will make you keep delivering. So for me personally, as a teacher, one of the things that keeps me going is the fact that I love to play. So you may not mind this facade, this serious man on a suit here. I can play. So one of the ways in which I relax is to play. Then one of the things she also said is, in the process of growth, we will get some things wrong. Use them as tools to become better. When you build resilient schools, students feel safe. That was wonderful. All right. I'm going to be introducing formally to you the virtual co-moderator for today's event. She is She has also had experiences moderating events both here physically and virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you the co-moderator for today's event, Chinenye Priscilla Anemena. A round of applause.
Hello, good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited to be co-hosting with a fantastic compare. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. My name is Chinenye Priscilla Anemena. MC Pris Vibes is my stage name. Well, it looks like StreamYard just decided to eject me from my own show as a host. But don't worry, I'm back. I can't let an internet or a machine outshine me. Yeah, it's not going to happen, right? Okay, thank you so much, Miss Carol, for that fantastic presentation. If we forget anything from what Miss Carol has said, I want us to remember the 4 B's of resilience. So let's drop on the chat box. Who can tell me the first B? Who can tell me the first B? I might need a microphone from the audience, the physical audience, the participants. So who can tell me the first B? Let's see how attentive we are. Who can tell me the first B? Okay, fantastic. Can we put our hands together for Akinrola Omowumi? The first B is brain. So we should learn to rock our brain. Thank you. So who can tell me the second B? The second B.
The second B is book.
Fantastic. Book. So when you're racking your brain and the brain is not giving you what you want, you do what? you check your book, you refer to the examples that the teacher has given you. So who can tell me the third B?
The third B is body.
Okay, can you please explain that? So what do you do? Not looking at your book? No, I caught you. Thank you, Beryl.
Your reaction, your attitude, your disposition at that particular time.
Fantastic. You didn't tell us your name.
That Amy White Margaret. Amy White.
Fantastic. Margaret. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miss Emmy. Appreciate you. So who can tell me the last B? So when you look at your buddy in the classroom, your fellow learners, your colleagues, and you're not getting your answer, who do you go to? Oh, fantastic. Tutor Edu 21st Century, thank you for responding to that fourth resilience tip, and that is the boss. So after you've tried your brain is not giving you try the book is not giving you, oh, you look at your buddy. And then lastly, okay, can someone give us the response from the audience? The last one is boss. Fantastic. Okay, can you explain that last one for us?
She says it's a way to use it's a way of using flash.
In the fourth B's. Oh, great, fantastic. Fourth. Can we? Yeah, I didn't get that.
The boss is the teachers.
Fantastic. Oh, great. Can you roll it up and let it go for yourselves? Roll it up, roll it up, roll it up and let it go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. BSB audience, you are the best. Thank you so much. It's been an amazing time spending this few minutes with you. And I will be yielding the microphone, the virtual lectern, to Mr. Emmanuel to introduce the next set of panels. I look forward to seeing you again in a few minutes. Thank you. I'm right here.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. That was amazing and engaging. Okay, we're going to go straight to the panelist session, and this is where we're going to call on various members in this particular panelist session to come share a few ideas with us as we ask them questions and engage them physically right here for this particular session. And right here with me, I have Dr. Fakoya. Can you give a round of applause? Her name, okay, could you, for Dr. Fakoya, is it available? Oh, okay. So Dr. Fakoya is going to be joining us virtually. She's waving. Can you all please give her a wave as well? Exactly. Thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Fakoya. So I'm going to be reading a few things. I'm going to be sharing with you a few things about Dr. Nkechi Fakoya. Dr. Nkechi, please give me a second. Okay, so I'm going to be giving you a few things about Dr. Fakoya. She's a highly experienced global education leader and educator.
Sorry, this is not me. I'm sorry, this is not my profile.
Okay.
I don't have a degree in foreign languages. That
was quite honest. That was quite honest. Thank you for pointing that out.
That's not my profile.
Okay. So I'm going to have to go manually to get this done. Okay. So I'm going to start by reading out the profile of Dr. Nkechi Fakoya. Thank you. So Dr. Nkechi Fakoya is a distinguished educator and transformational leader with a unique journey from dentistry to education. Currently the principal of Bloomsbury High School, she has led schools in Cairo, Port Harcourt, that's Cairo in Egypt, Port Harcourt in Nigeria, Lagos also in Nigeria, significantly enhancing their educational frameworks. With a foundation in dentistry, Dr. Fakoya transitioned into teaching, where her passion for education flourished. Her exceptional leadership style fosters resilience among educators and students alike, emphasizing sustainability in teaching practice. A certified life coach from OLCA, she integrates coaching techniques into her approach, empowering leaders to thrive in challenging environments. Dr. Fakoya also serves as a coordinator for teen church activities, promoting personal growth and community engagement among youth. As a dedicated teacher, trainer, and lecturer, she is committed to lifelong learning and professional growth for educators. Through her participation in the conference, Dr. Fakoya aims to inspire fellow educators to embrace resilience and sustainability, fostering environments where both students and teachers can thrive. For the umpteenth time in this conference, can we give a resounding round of applause to Dr. Nkechi Fakoya? The next person is that, okay. Yes, so Dr. Nkechi Fakoya, you are welcome to this program.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Hello, everyone.
Dr. Nkechi Fakoya, it's nice to have you around. I'm sorry, I'll have to. After all, Miss Carol Barlow has taught us to be resilient no matter what the situation is. So I'm going to put it into practice just as I am trying to have right now. So Dr. Nkechi Fakoya, once again, it's good to have you around for this particular conference. And I'd like to start by asking a few questions. Okay, please give me a second. All right, I'm just being briefed that there are members of the panelists of this session who are right here in this audience, and I'm going to have to call them up for this particular session. And I'll be calling on Mr. Oayekena and I'm going to be reading a few things about Dr. Oayekena. Please receive the promotion. You never can tell where to get you to. Okay. So for Mr. Oayekena is, please give me a second, everything. Oh, thank you. Lovely. I do want to depend on this also. So he is a principal of Corona Secondary School. He is a member of the Faculty Corona Schools Trust Council, Medal Hall Consult, Teach for Nigeria, Lagos State Teachers Establishment Brand. He is also a Google Certified Educator, Senior Fellow, HP Innovative and Digital Education Academy and Learning Management Professional. Ladies and gentlemen, can we invite physically on stage Mr. Innocent Oayekena? I hope I got it well. Thank you. Please. Oh, I tried. Okay, I think I'll. Okay, yes, please, right here. Thank you. Also, I will be calling on the next. Mrs. Agulade, are you here? Where are you? Okay. All right. I think right now I will go on with the Okay, please. Can you indulge me, please? If you're okay. So I'm also being told that Mrs. Faye Ojiego is also here. Mrs. Faye Ojiego, please If you're here in the audience, can I please have a wave of hand? Oh, right here. Thank you so much, Mrs. Faye. Mrs. Faye Ojugo. Could you please, can I invite you up on stage? Can you give her a round of applause, please? Yeah. She is the Deputy Director of Education of Green Spring School, Lagos. I should be reading a few things about her. Not only that, she is also a seasoned educator with 26 years cognitive experience. If you take 26 years of my life, how old am I? She also has a certificate in school management and leadership, Harvard Business School Online. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please make that applause louder? You are very welcome, Doctor. Yes, I'm calling everybody a doctor today, no matter what it is. All right, thank you. I hope I'm not missing someone else. Mrs. Babatunde. Oh, is Mrs. Babatunde here? Right. Mrs. Babatunde, you know, I'm a Christian, and there's something that I learned from the Holy Book. It says you have to forgive 70 times 7. You will have to forgive me for omitting you altogether. Ladies and gentlemen, could you do me this favor? If you are on my side, for her to forgive me 70 times 7, a round of applause for her as she comes on stage right now. You are most welcome. So Mrs. Olamitoyosi Babatunde is a highly experienced global education leader and educator with nearly 2 decades of dedicated service. She also has a bachelor's degree in foreign languages and a second degree in industrial and personal relations from the prestigious University of Ibadan. She has good skills in working with both children and adults, and her passion lies in fostering academic excellence and leadership development in every individual she encounters. Thank you so much for joining us here. I guess the last seat is meant for the virtual. Yes, and he is online. Okay. Oh, yes. Yes, it does. Thank you. Okay, I am going to start off this way. First of all, this gathering here, I will be honest with you. This gathering here has, sorry? Oh, yes, you will. You will. Right now, what I am looking at a combined, probably 60, 50 years experience. And trust me, I'm not sure I'm going to do justice to it, but anyway, that's why all 4 of you are here, 3 physical and 1 virtual. So I'm going to start. I'm going to start with from Mrs. Olamitoyosi Babatunde. With your extensive experience in school leadership, what key traits do you believe are essential for educators to develop resilience in their leadership roles, particularly in challenging educational environments?
Thank you very much for your question, and thank you to Sprouting Daisies and Teacher Millionaire for this. Educators need to be resilient, but how can they be resilient? It starts from the mind, the mindset. It goes a long way. Many times the mindset is what keeps us back. It's also a mindset that helps us to fly, that helps us to grow and become better people. So when I have to mentor or facilitate, one of the things that I like to talk about is the mindset. You have learners who are coming from a background that is oftentimes even from your background. And so if you do not actively work on your mindset, there's that tendency to be intimidated in that kind of setting. There's also the tendency for you to under-deliver or not to connect. But to be able to work with these learners, you have to make a connection one way or the other. So what do? Work on your mindset. Work on yourself. When you work on your mindset, it becomes easier for you to aspire and then become better. You grow yourself, you groom yourself, and then not only would you be able to relate with them at that level because there will now be a connection, you are able to actively lead in your classroom. So the first thing I would say that educators need to work on is their mindset. And also the other part of that mindset is that African patriarchal thinking that we have grown up with. Children are to be seen and not heard. And so when they ask a lot of questions, you feel threatened. You feel they are disrespectful. They are not disrespectful. They are inquisitive. You just have to deal with your own insecurities as an adult, understanding that they are not challenging your authority. They are not trying to embarrass you. They genuinely want to learn. Occasionally, I encounter those who are trying to play pranks on you, but most times they are not playing pranks on you. They just want to know, they want to learn. Sometimes they want to see from your viewpoint. Sometimes they want to confirm if what they have read online is true or if what their friends are saying to them are correct. So instead of feeling attacked, step down from your high horse, listen, read between the lines, and then you'll be able to connect better and help them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was very. You have answered a particular question that I've always had in mind, because as a teacher, I have found myself in a situation where children just behave like children, and I have it up to here, and I try a lot of strategies. I try woo-sa. Sometimes it does not work. So I think I am already getting a few things from here already. Thank you so much. I am going to go on. I'm going to go on to ask another question. I'm going to go on to ask another question, and that will be directed to to Nkechi Fakoya. Are you ready for me?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you for joining us once again.
Well,
Now, let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you, with your diverse experience across schools in Nigeria and Egypt, what are the most significant leadership challenges you have encountered? And how have you navigated them to build resilience and sustainability within those institutions?
Okay, thanks. So I think the biggest challenge, I think not even just for me, my experience, I think everyone is always that's how we've always done it. It's working for us. So why do we need to change? This is how we've been doing it. That mindset, it seems like such a small thing, but it's a big deal. So that closed-mindedness, not wanting to change because, if it's not broken, why are you trying to fix it? Ignoring the fact that the world is moving ahead, and if you don't move, you're going to be left behind. And what is happening now, I just love it. The children are not even waiting for us. If you as a teacher don't want to move, your children will actually leave you behind. So I think that has been the biggest challenge. And also the challenge of a lack of trust between management and teachers, even between teachers, that there's just that lack of trust, and where everybody is not sure of the other person's actual intentions. Are you actually doing this for my good, and all of that? And really, I focus a lot on building trust. Whenever I get to school, I want to build trust. Trust in the people I am leading. Trust, I want them to trust me, and I also need to trust them. Now, in looking at that from the angle of sustainability, for me to trust a teacher, I must know that that teacher is qualified to teach. So that's the first thing. You must be capable of teaching. And I must know that that teacher is willing to learn, because you're going to be working with learners. So even if you don't know something today, the mindset, just like has already been said here, that mindset needs to change. We must all have that growth mindset. I don't know it today, I'll know it tomorrow, because I can learn it. So that challenge of building trust, making sure teachers are qualified to teach, making sure that teachers want to teach, So I'll give you a very interesting thing that happened once in one of the schools I was at. I would watch this assistant teacher. She was just not interested in being an assistant teacher. And at first I thought, oh, is it because you don't like the form teacher or you don't like your class teacher? And I called her into my office and I said, what's the problem? Because you're driving this class teacher mad with your, she would just sit in the class, literally she'd just sit like this. And the class teacher will be running up and down, doing everything, and she's just folding her arms in her corner, checking her phone, and she just didn't care. I said, so what's the problem? I said, do you want to be a teacher? She said, no. So I said, what are you doing here? She goes, they forced me. They said I have to work here. You know, it was like a family thing. They said this is a family, but I need to be here. I said, what do you really want to be doing? And she said, I want to work in a bank. And I said, so what you're going to do for me today, go and start applying for jobs in a bank. I give you 1 month to get your dream job. So you can leave this space for someone who really wants to be in that space. That was the best thing I could have done for that teacher, because she started to apply for what she really wants. Today, she's still in the bank. This was over 10 something years ago. She's still working in the bank. She's very happy. And the class teachers, her life became better because she got somebody who actually wanted to be there. Building trust is so important, knowing who you're working with, knowing what they even want to be doing. Because I can't trust you with children if I'm not sure you even want to be with children. So if you're able to open up and say, look, this is my challenge. I actually don't like this age group. I find them very annoying. Can I just go to older kids? Sure. Move on to where, if there's an opening, of course, move there. But if there's no opening, can you just be patient while waiting? I will fix you somewhere, because it's so important for me as a person to trust the people I'm working with and for them to trust me. It's important to apologize as a leader when you've done something wrong. If you got it wrong, apologize. They must know that. How does this relate to sustainability? When staff are able to trust those that are leading them, they're not likely to want to leave, or they're not likely to try and destroy your structure by bringing in their own structure. They're on board with the vision. They want the school to achieve. And even when they're leaving, they don't leave a mess. So it's all part of it. I'm not saying staff must stay with you forever and ever. No, but they will leave. Some would leave, some would stay. But even those that are leaving, you want to make sure they don't leave a mess, because you're thinking legacy. You're thinking what happens after today. What happens when I make everyone here miserable and they all want to leave this establishment? It trails down. So I think for me, that has been very useful, understanding the fact that it's hard to unlearn what you've learned, something that has been working for you, hard to stop doing that. And it's also important to build trust. I think in a nutshell, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Usually when people say in a nutshell, a round of applause, please. Usually when people say in a nutshell, there's a lot to be said. The only thing hindering her is time constraints. And ma'am, I'd like you mentioned something about children, something about children wanting to learn. And I remember that this teacher you're looking at here, a teacher of junior school, never used to like maths before. And I once told my dad, and I quote, I can never know it. And my dad says, you are a liar. So he told me to my face that you are a liar, because he was a physics and maths teacher. Yeah, that's a story for another day. And I completely agree with you, ma'am, when you talked about teachers having to be where teachers have to establish trust. It reminded me of a former colleague who was also a teaching assistant, and she was asked to do something, at the spot of the moment, and she replied and she said, "It is not my job." Yes. And so, wow, but won't you like to grow up? Won't you like to go up the ladder? And she says, who told you I want to be a class teacher? And that's where I started minding my business. So, yes, it did happen, for real. Okay, Mr. Innocent. With your experience as a technology integration specialist and learning management system professional, how do you believe digital tools and platforms can enhance the resilience and sustainability of school leadership?
Thank you very much. I usually would like to start sessions like this by giving honor to whom honor is due. I have great honor and privilege to be sitting on the panel where I have my mentor, Mrs. Feyi Ojugo. Mrs. Feyi Ojugo was my boss for many years, and she contributed greatly in who I have become today. And as a school leader, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Mr. Ojugo. Um, Digital tools and platform play a crucial role in what schools will turn out to be and what school leaders will turn out to be. It will also play a crucial role in the kind of students we turn out in schools, right? Because these platforms can make the school or mar the school. Some schools will just be in a point after 10, 20 years. They really think they've made progress, but they haven't. So I'll speak about this from 4 areas, maybe 6, maybe 10, but let's see how far I can go because of time. Number one, data-driven decision making. Where you have digital tools working for schools, it really helps schools to be able to manage their system, manage infrastructure, manage resources, resource allocation, what you turn out in schools. Digital tools and platform can really help. Say manual actions and operations that we've done in schools. I always say to school leaders, enough is enough. We always do manual operations, and then we find some tasks quite arduous because of how we do it and what tools we have to do these tasks. But when you have platforms that are able to help you gather information, process the information, plot them into graphs, it helps you to, it saves you time, takes much stress away from you and help you to run your school. And then you can leave operational tasks to strategic tasks, right? Digital platforms and tools can also help you in professional development. We're here now. Many of our colleagues, many teachers across the world are not here, but they're in different parts of the world and they're able to glean from this experience. It's because we have a digital platform and a tool that can help us. So it promotes accessibility. And once you have accessibility, it then means that you have access to information, you have access to resources. It then means that you're able to transform and lead a change, right? And control the narrative. Digital tools and platform can also help us in crisis management and contingency planning. Mr. Jogo and I were just talking and reminiscing some moments when we had COVID in the school. When COVID happened, remember? And we're in the school. Like Carabao said earlier, schools, you literally taught yesterday in classroom with students right in front of you, and then the next morning you're teaching them and you don't even know where they're operating from. You don't even know their state of mind. You don't know anything about them, but you had to do your work, right? If there were no digital tools and platforms, it would have been impossible. I mean, I go far back as 2014 when we had Ebola. Some of us already started shouting to schools, like shouting, you need to build this, you need to do this, you need to train teachers, you need to leverage the opportunities. But some people didn't take us seriously. When Ebola came, for us, it was a seamless ride. It didn't look like there was a problem, right? So this is one of the things that digital tools and platforms can help school leaders build. If you put things in place, there's community engagement, there's resource management, I talked about professional, flexible learning environment. I have a student who says, I don't think I'm flowing very well in this classroom. We now need to personalize the child's learning, right? I go onto tools. I'm trying not to mention names of platforms and so that it doesn't seem like I'm marketing, but I'll just mention this too. Tools like ULesson, tools like Pass Now, right? Just put the child on. There's math is going on. This teacher is working with you, but then you have a pseudo teacher online, sitting right in front of your screen, is scribbling, is explaining things, is giving you assessment. And let me tell you some of those tools. The earlier speaker talked about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence makes it so beautiful now. How? I teach 20 students in my classroom. I have to assess them. Most times, I give them the same material for assessments. Artificial intelligence will streamline what you should be assessed on. It takes for you, these are the objectives, yes, but based on your level, it's looking at you, okay, introduction, maybe I need to do reinforcement for this child based on some things you have answered, or maybe I should migrate this child to mastery level. So it selects the kind of task that it brings to you. and so that at your own pace you are growing. Yet in doing that, it gathers a lot of data for school leaders to work with. So digital tools and platforms, I can go on, right? But just know that it's quite remarkable, and any school that isn't, any school leader who isn't tapping into it will certainly be quite behind. Thank you.
Any school leader who is not tapping into it will certainly be left behind. And it draws to mind what certain things as teachers we try to make provisions for digital learning for that particular time. Maybe, for example, in English or in literacy, you want your children, your students, to write a poem. Why, if every one of them is equipped with tablets or laptops, why not share a document, Google Docs, where every single one of them can collaborate? They get to have fun in it while doing that, and learning still goes on. Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate it. Now, Mrs. Fisher, with over 20 years of experience in education, what key leadership qualities do you believe are essential for fostering resilience in school leaders, especially in challenging times?
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmanuel Wright, and good morning, everybody. I think there are many, but I think some of the key ones will be maybe first, adaptability and flexibility, because again, we're talking about changing times or uncertain times. So what that means is I can't do what I used to do exactly the way I used to do it and expect that I would be able to navigate that particular situation. So again, I'm going to refer to COVID because that is one period everybody in the room can relate to. And you know, when COVID broke, every school across the globe had to face or surmount the challenge of ensuring that learning is going on, even though nobody could move out of their space. And so schools and school leadership had to think of what do we need to do to ensure that there are no gaps in the learning of the learners, but more importantly, we can continue to support our students. And like quite a number of people have said earlier this morning, some of the things that are being in place, some of the tools that educators were already used to, and some of the tools that the school already invested in became prominent. So even though, for example, in our situation, we had a learning platform, but it was just something we used when we had midterm or we wanted students to just do some self-directed work while on holiday. But all of a sudden, that became the go-to platform for everybody at school. So I think, you know, right at the top for me would be that ability to adapt immediately, to look at the situation and not be overwhelmed by the situation, but to think practically. What solutions do we need to bring to the table? I'm still talking about COVID. I'm still talking adaptability and flexibility. COVID came with a lot of things, apart from teaching and learning. For those who, I don't know if there are people in the audience who also had boarding as part of what they were offering. There were so many things going on. There were times, you know, school clinic is saying, oh, we are seeing students presenting this, and we have to, you know, we kept testing students and all of that. And sometimes we are seeing students testing positive for COVID. So what do we need to do? Are we going to start panicking? Is to think deep to say, okay, what do we need to do? Okay, we have a wellness room sorted. We need to communicate effectively with parents because everybody was very scared of, you know, what's going on. What if there is a pandemic? What if there is a, you know, health crisis in school? So I think tied to adaptability and flexibility for me will also be clear communication in the face of the challenge. Clear communication in terms of de-escalating. You know, if something, you know, God forbid, if there is an emergency in this room right now, I'm not sure, I came a bit late. I wasn't here when the program started, but I don't know if some housekeeping tips were given. For example, to say, okay, in case of an emergency, you have an exit to the, you know, this way, another exit that way. The muster point is this way. So if something goes wrong now, a leader will stand up. I expect Mrs. Victoria Ogunlaji Ajishe to stand up to say, okay, everybody calm down. This is how we should go. And that is what, leadership needs to do in the face of crisis. Everybody may be panicking, but you need to effectively communicate. And what are you communicating? Calmness. What are you communicating? Yes, there's a lot going on, but this is what we need to do, and let's do it calmly. And I think one other thing I'd just like to add, again, because of our time, is to build resilience, especially during uncertain or during the times of crisis. I think it's also important that as leaders, and I say it every time, even a teacher, you may just say, oh, I'm not a school leader, I'm not an AP, I'm not a principal, I'm just a teacher, but you're a leader in that classroom. You are a leader each time you stand before the students. So sometimes things will go wrong. And when things go wrong, it's so easy to, if you're not careful, to allow yourself to be overwhelmed by what is happening. But what strategic and visionary thinking does, it helps you to see that challenge as an obstacle that can be surmounted, not something that is going to, overwhelm you or bring the school down. And over time, or no, not over time, recently or in recent times in Nigeria, we've had cases where there have been some very serious stuff happening, in different spaces at school. And we've seen schools bounce back. Why? Because things will happen. What is important is, how do you deal with whatever is going on while keeping your vision in view, while keeping in view all of the amazing things you have going on, and not think that, oh, because of this crisis or because of this issue or this social media mess that the school is in now, that means everything is over. No, everything is not over. Keep the vision intact while dealing with that particular problem or challenge for the moment. So I'd like to stop here again because of time.
That is what happens when experience is talking. So please, if you want to have the kind of experience she has, give her a round of applause for that insightful answer. Thank you so much. Okay, Mrs. Babatunde, how can resilient school leaders engage parents and the wider community in their efforts to foster sustainability within schools? And what strategies have you found effective in building these partnerships?
When it comes to building partnerships, the first thing we should have in mind is there should be a goal. What do we want to achieve? That goal will then decide or help you decide on what else needs to be done. You come up with the vision, the plan, then you communicate with all the stakeholders, the teachers who will be working with you, the admin staff who will be working with you. Ensure that you have management buy-in for those of us who have boards that we report to. And then you reach out to the parent community. For most schools, we have a PTF or PTA executives that we can communicate with. And for some, it's just that general parent body that they have. But then you have to reach out to them, you communicate, let them understand what you're trying to achieve, and then come up with a body comprising of all these stakeholders that you would work with as a leader. The truth is, you can't do it alone, you can't do it in isolation, and it won't always be your idea that everybody will run with. The first thing you do is to come up with that vision, that goal, which is the first thing, and then get the buy-in of everybody, make sure that they understand what you're trying to do, and then you have their support, and then come up with a specific plan, right? Yes, this is our goal. How are we going to get there? If you don't know where you are going, everywhere looks like the destination, right? If you also don't know how you are going to get there, you will just spend time moving in circles. So how are we going to get there? What is the roadmap that will take us to this destination? Come up with the roadmap, have your time plans, and begin to work with it actively. Now, one thing that the leader also needs to remember is you are not just a leader in name or just the leader of the learning community. You have a responsibility to the wider community. And so after you have set up the plan, you are the chief responsibility officer. You have to consistently provide that leadership. Sometimes people will not get it right. Sometimes they will not do what they are supposed to do when they are supposed to do it. If you have not learned to deny yourself and actually take responsibility, you will find yourself sometimes casting aspersions and saying, oh, it's not my fault. It is because as a leader, the buck stops with you. So you have to consistently provide that leadership. Call people to order. The ones you have delegated to, you have to delegate effectively. There are some things you can delegate. There are some that you cannot delegate. You have to lead them yourself. And then you follow up. Yes, you have given a timeline. Don't wait till the timeline expires before you check in. And then you find out that delivery cannot happen at that time. So check in regularly. Find out if all is going well. Find out if there are challenges. Find out how you can provide support. Sometimes you may have to make changes, either to the timeline or to the roadmap itself. When that happens, don't be afraid to make a change. Because many times we feel that things are cast in stone. And we feel, oh, we have announced to parents. So parents are human. If it absolutely cannot work, go back to the drawing board and then communicate again. We have had to make XYZ modifications. This is what we will be doing going forward. This is how we are going to approach it. So it means that as a leader, you also have to be brave. You have to be courageous. And sometimes you may have to challenge the status quo. When that happens, communication is your best friend. How you carry on the communication from that point, how you interact with other stakeholders will determine if that change is going to be sustainable or not. In that instance, I say that you have to bring in what we call the voice of context. Help them understand the context of the issue, the context of what you're trying to do. When they understand that context, it becomes easier to get their buy-in. And then that vision becomes a reality. Thank you.
Wow. So firstly, for the educators out there, I have heard something consistently across all the speakers, and they've said it is okay to make mistakes. However, my however was larger than what I said. However, it doesn't mean that the mistakes should now be consistent. That's not where we want the consistency. We want the consistency in the positive outcome than in the mistakes. The mistakes should be a stepping stone. Okay, so that's what I was able to get from all that you've said, and I really appreciate you for the responses so far. Thank you very much. Now, I will go to Mrs. Fakoya. Mrs. Fakoya, your mission emphasizes building capacity for high performance. What strategies do you implement to ensure that both educators and students are continuously growing and performing at their best in a sustainable manner?
Thank you for that. So, high performance, it's pretty much, it speaks to sustainability, and you just keep doing well. What you're doing, you keep doing it well, and it just doesn't stop. You have systems and structures in place to make sure that even if one person drops the ball, somebody else catches it almost immediately. So when I'm thinking high performance at my workplace as a leader, I'm thinking what's in place. Who's whenever I start a new job, I'm always like, who's going to take over from me? And I identify the person replacing me. I also want to understand the structure of where I'm working. You must know what is keeping that place going. High performance is about getting it right, not just once or twice, but all the time. And no matter who is in that space. So it's not the organization is not dependent on one individual. It's about the structure that's been put in place. So when speaking to high performance, something that's really important is having shared focus. A group, I think it was a Danielson group, early as 2007. This lady called Sue Shannon and a man called Meisler. I'm not sure I'm saying the name right. And they identified nine characteristics of high performing schools. There were 9 of them. The first one was having a clear shared focus. If everyone on board understands this is the direction we're going as a school, even in a family, when we say not in this house, in this house, this is our mission. And what the parents do is they train the children to make sure that they are towing that line. And it's the same thing in an organization. Your vision statement, your mission statement, it must link directly to your curriculum. The curriculum must be going in that direction where your vision is already going. So in building high performance in an organization and getting teachers to be high performing, that is getting it right every time, that shared focus is very important. They must know the why. They must also understand the curriculum that they're working with. A lot of times, and I found this out as a teacher working with other teachers. Some of us did not, and I'm saying us so that it's not like I'm not putting anyone out, but we didn't actually see the document. What is the curriculum document for this school? It was like a big secret. And so you find people are using resources from one place, using a resource from another place, coming up with objectives that they feel will match what they need to do in the classroom. So for a school to be high performing, there must be a curriculum document that is not a secret, is known to everyone, and everyone is working from that document, not making up a curriculum as they go along in the classroom. Another important thing is having high expectations from all the members of the community. I have high expectations for teachers. I have high expectations for students. I have high expectations from leaders and those leading me and those that I lead. I have high expectations. I don't expect them to drop the ball. And when you have high expectations, the way you relate with people is different, because when I relate with you and you're getting the vibe that this woman doesn't feel I'm ever going to be successful in life, there's a way you respond to me, and you're not likely to want to share any focus of vision with me. But when you understand that it's the big picture, and whatever I'm doing, sometimes I have to sanction you, sometimes I'm going to praise you, but I'm keeping my eye on the ball. It's so important to keep your eye on the ball, because sometimes emotions get in the way and you're not actually meeting targets. There's no data to show that you're meeting targets, but I like you. So, let's just we need to actually balance all these things. And then having parents involved in their children's lives. No matter how, a lot of times teachers, we believe that, oh, this parent should not even be a parent. Why did this, but that's none of our business, really. We have these children, and the parents are actually the most important people in a child's life. So whether we like the parents or not, it shouldn't affect the feedback that we're giving to that parent about the child. Let it be documented that you have given feedback. Let parents, there's so many parents that are just waiting for you to reach out to them. They won't do it on their own. But when you pull them in, let's talk about your child. And then they open up to you things that you would never know if you didn't reach out to the parents. So that strong home-school partnership, children must see that. Children must like it. They must see that, okay, home and school, they're actually interested in my progress, not teacher is saying one thing, parents are saying another thing. So that also helps to build that sustainable future going forward. And then the curriculum must align with, so I'm teaching in a Nigerian school in Nigeria. I'm teaching Nigerian children. I can't just bring in another curriculum that will not even prepare the children to be educated in their country. So we must look at what we're doing and make sure that it is sustainable. Before the dollar went up, it was so easy to go abroad to school. Well, now we must look at all these things for this school to survive. Now we're thinking, maybe let's look locally. And so now we're looking locally, and if the school has not prepared the child to fit into the local context. So that rounded education is very important also for when we're looking at being a high performing school, maintaining standards over time, and being willing to move with the times. Technology. We have jumped on that bus. We cannot just jump off the bus. We must keep going because our children they're on the train. Some of us teachers were still on the bus and they are flying with technology, and we need to catch up with them. So thank you. So that's all I'll say for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And while she was giving her speech, one word came to mind, especially for teachers. Sorry, I'm a teacher. I will continue referring to it. Pardon me. One word came to mind, and that's in loco parentis. And that invariably tells us or instructs us that as teachers with children under our care, we have a duty of care to those children from the very moment they say, "Good morning, Mr. Emmanuel," to when they say, "Bye." You have that duty of care. We can also use this concept, extend it to our various spheres of influence, wherever we find ourselves. So thank you very much, ma'am. Mrs. Fisher, I have a question for you. Given your passion for professional and personal development, how can school leaders effectively cultivate a culture of continuous learning and growth among educators to build a resilient and sustainable educational environment?
I think the first thing will be for the leader to lead by example. If we are not lifelong learners ourselves, there's absolutely no way we can foster an environment where educators, and then by extension, the students would want to continue to learn and be open to continuous learning. So I think leaders, and again, I'm going to say it, even if you are a teacher in the room, you are a leader. And so you must lead by example. And I'll give a very simple classroom example. I was speaking with a colleague not long ago. And when teachers, let's say a student asked a question, because we are teachers and because we've been teaching, even though you don't know the answer, but there's a way you can say something that it looks as if you've answered the question, but you really did not answer the question. What I'd like to say is that there is absolutely nothing wrong with you being vulnerable as an educator or as a leader. To say, oh, okay, I've never seen it from that perspective, or okay, that sounds new. Let's all go research it. That's the first thing we're going to deal with when we come into class next time. So the children know that you also are still in the process of learning. So whether you are a school leader in the room or a classroom leader, we cannot forget that we have to know that we don't know everything, especially with technology. And gone are the days, sometimes when teachers come for interviews and then you're saying, why do you want to teach? Oh, I like to impact children with knowledge. Immediately I know, oh, no, something is wrong here. Gone are the days when teachers impact students with knowledge, because knowledge is everywhere. What we want to do is to facilitate learning, is to help them to be able to sift through the mountain and the seas of knowledge that is available. So we are the chief learners in every environment we find ourselves. So if you're a school leader, model that by doing, courses yourself. And I think Carol said it earlier, everybody in the room should know there are tons and tons of, what's it called now? Courses online that you don't even need to pay for. So you lead by example, you encourage professional development amongst the teachers. We can also do that, foster that continuous learning by also giving teachers opportunity to lead workshops. As a school leader, for example, you don't always have to be the one to lead that seminar, to lead that workshop. Empower your teachers to do it. Delegate that aspect to them. Watch. give them, be clear about what you want to achieve and give them opportunities to do that. So I think those are some of the things we can do to continue to challenge our teachers to be open to continuously. And when educators keep learning, what that means is whatever they are doing will be dynamic. So they are not bringing stale knowledge. They are not bringing stale stuff to the children. They are always at the cutting edge of whatever it is they are going to be doing. And even in terms of their pedagogy, they are learning new techniques, new methods, for teaching. And I will also say having teachers lead workshops, beautiful, but it's also awesome if you have like a PD plan for the year. So as a school, as a leader, you've said, okay, these are the objectives for this year, our learning objectives, and these are the professional development opportunities we are going to make available to everyone. And as much as possible, because we also understand that teachers are at different levels in their career. So there is the person who is coming in newly. There is somebody who has been teaching for 10 years, somebody who has been teaching for 12 years, another person for 5 years. There's no point saying to everybody in the room, we're going to do classroom management. In that room, maybe 50% of the teachers are already great with classroom management. So what do I need to do? I need to tailor those courses or those professional development opportunities to meet, everybody in the room. Some people may want to develop leadership. Others, it may be maybe their emotional intelligence. For some others, it may be teaching methodologies. So it's to first poll the teachers. What are the areas I would love to grow in this year? Haven't done that, I then pull back as a leader to say, okay, for us to have a sustainable environment here and for us to continue to learn, I'm now going to customize the PD program to meet the needs of as many of the teachers in the school as possible. And that way, everybody is happy. So at the end of school, people are not just sitting around saying, okay, we have training today. Oh my goodness, 1 hour, another 1 hour of my life wasted. Can we just finish this and get it going? But when that training is meeting my need, I'm more able or I'm more open to engaging with it and plugging in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that insightful response. And there's something I'd like to drop quickly, and it is the fact that every one of us as a person, you as a person, you are your chief learning officer. You are your chief learning officer. And just to put this out there, when she spoke about teachers who just say that they're passionate and all of that, and it just brings to me when teachers get to have interviews, and when they ask, why do you want to teach here? Why do you want to become a teacher? And usually the answer is, I am passionate about it. The question I have for you, it's a rhetorical question. What happens when the fire of passion burns out? I'll leave you to that. Yes, it does. Mr. Innocent.
While we're waiting for you, I'll just add something. Yes, and speaking about what Mr. Jugo said, when we took the Cambridge Certificate in Educational Leadership, one thing I never told many people is like, the only reason I completed that course was because you were taking it too. I was very busy. There was a lot on my plate. But I kept saying to myself, if Mr. Jugo can be on this course and we're studying here, I must complete it. Do you understand? So I think that will really help. Speaking to when she talked about, you need to be on top of it. You need to be open to learning. Your followers, your teachers, your colleagues must see that you are learning, you are improving by the day. Somehow, someone is going to be latching on to that thing that you are doing to continue to grow. And that really helped me. Thank you.
Mr. Innocent, are you sure you've not looked at my question already? Because I'm looking at you with one eye. Anyway, Mr. Innocent, you are going to throw me a punch, but I will take it outside here because I'm about to limit your response a little bit because of time. Okay,
that's fine.
So given your role in various teacher training and induction programs, how do you approach the challenge of preparing educators to be resilient leaders who can adapt to and thrive in rapidly changing educational landscapes in less than 2 minutes?
Less than 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. So one of the things that we do when it comes to helping educators is to do tailor-made programs that would help. Mr. Jogo said something just now. Gone are the days when we just throw up programs and everyone should attend, right? I know my needs, and educators are really, really getting bigger in the thing about what their needs are. So can you perform a needs assessment? Some time ago, I was working with the Lagos State Education Board on teachers' establishment and pensions. These are some programs they run towards retirement, right? And sometimes actually is to upskill. And then they called us to say, hey, this will be the training and this is what we want you to train about. We actually sat, and after the meeting, we went and we had to return because some of us said, what do they need? Let's go to the teachers. What do they need? Are they all struggling in the same areas? And if they are not all struggling in the same areas, why are we giving them a one-size-fits-all? All right. So one of the things we do is tailor-made training for teachers. Access and exposure to opportunities and resources. Many educators struggled with that, but thank God for all the things that happened, the Ebola, the COVID, and so on. Threw up a lot of things and opened up platforms and pathways for people to take. The another thing is innovative solutions. So educators get burnt out easily if they do. Let me tell you how I put it. You may have been teaching for 15 years, but you have 1 year experience. Because you're going in cycles, you're just doing the same thing again and again and again. And if the school does not bring anything that excites you, that interests you, that makes you want to stay back to learn something else, you get burnt out because you find out that you go for an interview, you just don't qualify. It's not because you don't have experience or you're not a good teacher, but you just have one-way knowledge, right? So that's some of the things that we're trying to do.
Thank you so much. I knew I could trust you to keep to the time. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank every one of our panelists for this mind-blowing session. I have learned. Of course, who am I when my bosses are here? I have to learn. And I'm very sure you watching us virtually and you physically here, you've learned a lot from this experience. So please, can we give them a resounding round of applause, like it comes from your heart? Please, before you go, I am going to have to take a picture. When greatness is in the room, please make an album of it. So pardon me. You very much. I really appreciate your time with us. Amy, please. Nice meeting you too. Thank you. All right. We're going to go on a short break right now to let us relax a bit, to let everything sink in, because they have just been like, how will I put it? They have just been thrown at us from different angles. So it's going to be an opportunity for you to have a very, very brief break so you can have the opportunity to get up, stretch your legs, shake a few hands, catch up with people, and we will be back in 10 minutes, I believe. Yes, 10 minutes. Thank you very much. We're going to be converging at 12:18. Thank you. Could you please have your seats so that we can continue this amazing conference? Thank audio. Priscilla, if you can hear me, your audio, could you please check your connections? Your audio seems to be. Hello, Priscilla. I guess we can hear you now. Oh, we still can't hear you.
Now.
Better.
Oh, fantastic. So, hello, welcome back again to the Build a Sustainable Brand 2.0. I am sure it's been an amazing time for us all because I've learned quite a lot from all our fantastic speakers. And I was wondering, Miss Victoria, how did you get all this powerhouse in just one room? Indeed, you're a powerful woman. Thank you so much. And our next speaker, not to take so much of our time due to time constraint, I have to dig straight into the next speaker who will be speaking on cybersecurity for schools and necessity for sustainability. When we're talking about sustainability, talking about digital tools and all of those, how do we secure this? We know there is cyber crimes, right? So how do we ensure that our schools are secure? So our next speaker is a digital citizenship and cybersecurity expert. She is a cyber safety tech educator with a strong passion for digital safety and well-being. She is the founder of Internet Safe Kids Africa, a non-profit organization dedicated to empowering digitally connected youth. She is a certified digital wellness educator and a digital wellness champion, having completed her certifications at the prestigious Digital Wellness Institute, DWI. United States of America. These qualifications enhance her ability to guide organizations, individuals, and young people in implementing mindful screen time strategies, empowering them to thrive and navigating safety online. She has been recognized as a DGCIT Global Impactor by the Digital Citizenship Institute USA and is currently a member of the Online Harm Protection Work Group at Fairplay. Her previous experience includes contributing to the XRSI Child Safety Initiative Guardians and Shield Framework, an international organization that promotes safe and inclusive experiences for children and adolescents in the ever-evolving landscape of immersive and emerging technologies, as well as being a research group member of the Center for AI and Digital Policies, CAIDP. She has been shortlisted for the Tech Women 100, is a recipient of the Duke of York Inspiring Digital Enterprise Award, a bronze award. Wow. And is a Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert, MIE expert. She is a common sense educator and also a fellow of the Nigerian School of Internet Governance, FNSIG, and a member of the Internet Society, ISOC. In addition to her work as an educator and advocate for using technology for good, this amazing lady is a rare gem, a jewel of inestimable value. Trust me when I say if your pen is not writing well, please get an extra pen before she comes on stage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to welcome Miss Confidence Hossein to the stage. Please put your hands together for this fantastic woman. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her. Can we put our hands together for this fantastic? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, ma'am, for doing us this honor. We're so excited to have you. Please, every nugget you get, we want you to drop it on the comment section. We will come back and then we're going to ask and mention those who dropped the nuggets they get. The lessons learned from this session, we want you to drop it on the comment section using the hashtag BSB2024. Thank you so kindly.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Happy World Teachers Day. Good to see everybody's amazing faces. I don't like doing stuff like this. Really, I'm very wild, so I feel trapped. And I'm feeling so trapped in the room filled with very, very amazing people. So, you guys are gonna help me. Please. Open books, but they help us open our minds, right? So based on that, to every amazing teacher here, you're going to clap for yourself. No, we're going to do this classroom kind of clapping. Ta, 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 ta. Then it's going to be resounding. So let's clap for ourselves for opening the minds of all those young, beautiful people, children out there. Please clap for us. Please, my class is wild. I don't do, forget all these things. I'm a wild person, please. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. Keep clapping until I'm tired. I've entered into character. When was the last time you Googled yourself? Hey, see them all. When was the last time you Googled yourself? Nobody's replying. Nobody's responding to me. I would drop the phone and walk away. I do that a lot of times. Yeah, I do it. I do it. No forming. I'm a street girl. When was the last time we Googled ourselves, took your phone and checked your name on Google? Please talk. I'll drop the phone. I'll do it. I've done my section. I don't want you guys, Joe. My people, I'll come down though. I was trained to, if you're in a class management, you go, you walk into the classroom. I'm sorry, cameraman, I'm not interested in being caught. When was the last time we Googled ourselves? This is how I do my training. Who said 2 months ago? I don't want to work with you guys. These teachers, these educators, these lovely people. I'm seeing so many beautiful places on glasses.
I really can't remember. Seriously. It's been a long time.
Let's clap for her. Awesome. Sir, please, when was the last time you Googled yourself?
I haven't done that.
Okay, nice. Let's clap for him. Mama.
I haven't.
I'm catching all of you. I'm going to go. Ma.
Last year.
Last year. Ekushel.
You're about to do that.
You're about to do that. Yes. Sir.
A few months ago, I can't remember.
All right. Sorry.
Yesterday.
Please, let's clap for him. Okay, let me clap. What did you say about yourself?
What I've been doing, my work, and news reportage.
You saw everything you've been doing. So one more person before I leave. I love her face. When was the last time?
Today.
What did you say about yourself? You
A
did
lot.
it just now.
Yes. But no, I do it most of the time. So
just to check my footprint.
All right, thank you. Mama, let me come to you before I go. When was the last time?
A few days ago.
What did you say about yourself?
Everything I've been up and about.
All right, thank you guys. So I asked that question so that I can know exactly how. Please sit down, let me stand. Please, thank you very much. Clap for yourselves again. So I did that so that I can know exactly how we are into our students when it comes to technology. If you can't take time to Google yourself, I'm wondering how you know much about what your young people, your students do online. How they use those so-called things we call edtech tools. So the last time you Googled yourself, from what I'm seeing from this physical surveys, 2 months ago, last year, 10 years ago, that means one naughty bad actor can go somewhere and write something about you, or get data about you, get information about you, use it against you, then come to all those popular influencers and troll you. And there's nothing you can do about that. And that speaks a lot about how we as individuals, as school leaders and school owners. So before we start talking about cybersecurity, I always say I don't like, cybersecurity comes with a lot of high languages, penetration testers, CIA tirade. I don't do that because cyber safety, when it comes to young people, is real talk with real people like you and I, educators and teachers. So it is very, very important and very key that we are conscious of what we do when it comes to technology. And that's why whenever I'm in sections like this, I ask this kind of not too commonly done question to know where we are when it comes to technology. So with that, that was my icebreaker. I'm diving into today's topic, which is cybersecurity for schools, a necessity for sustainability. Please, next slide. I don't do slides, but. So do we think this session matters? See, we are learning together. My brain knows nothing. I'm going to learn from you and you're going to learn from me. So it's going to be an interactive session. Do we think, how many of you are actively using edtech in your classroom? Do we think this session is necessary? Why? Teachers, people should not start doing like teachers so to your students. Why? Nobody, okay. No more pulpit again. I'm coming down. Okay.
Safe on the internet.
I'm going to be moving. That's how I do classes. So. Why do we think we need this session? Why do we need this session? Okay.
Okay, thank you. The society we are in now is a global society, and the children we are breeding now are children who are well exposed. So we actually need this within the classroom, within the school setting, in order to curb social vices.
In order to curb social vices. Beyond, okay.
We also need the digital literacy. I believe that majority of us here, we are leaders. For us to be able to lead well, either in the remote setting or right there in the school systems. So we need to have the idea of how to lead the student right.
Thank you. So basically, we need this because today, when you get to some schools, schools are using edtech tools, right? Nobody is answering me. This thing is making me somehow. We're all using edtech tools, right? Like, no, I don't want the international ones, localized ones, like, sorry, ma? Okay. Nobody is talking. Man, imagine if the session was like with kids. I'm already on the floor rolling with them. People should enter character. We're all kids here learning. What edtech tools do we use in our schools? U-Lesson, Google Classroom, Nearpod, Flipgrid, Bouncy. Please, why are we keeping quiet? I will drop this thing, I do it, I will drop it and go and sit down. You said? EdTech, educational technology tools we use in school. So if we, let me even say, if we are not responding to this, I want to assume we don't know these EdTech tools, then, but we use them in schools, right? U-Lesson, we use them, right? There's one they call eLimo, Kahoot, we all Canva, we use all those things. So how are we protecting the kids that are using this? How are we doing that? Do we even need cybersecurity education? Do we need it? So if we are advancing in technology and we know some of these tools, how are we using these tools in our schools to enhance learning? Because that's the essence of these tools. We are using them to enhance learning, making learning tailored to our students, right? So that probably a student who has, what's this thing they always call me? Dyslexic. Dyslexia and everything. When you're using some of those tools, there's a way they can handle learning on those tools. Some students are slow in learning, right? And when you're using some of those tools, some students are physically impaired. They are using some of those tools. But has anyone thought about the safety and the privacy of these kids when they are using those tools? During COVID, like everybody was mentioning, how were you teaching your students? Online. With which tools? Sorry? Zoom, Google Classroom, Canva. Have you ever thought that some of these tools eavesdrop? Have we? Oh man, these teachers are, you people are killing my vibe. Have you ever thought that some of these tools, they eavesdrop on your conversation? They listen to your conversation. Okay, let's go beyond that. Your smart TVs in your house, do you realize that there are inbuilt microphones in these smart TVs that take up conversations? So in your classrooms, these tools, how do you use them with your students to protect your students' information, to protect their data, to protect third parties from selling this information at the detriment of the children and the school? How do you use it? Nobody's saying anything. No. I can't tell you. I would learn from you how you're using it so that we can discuss how you can be safe on it, right? You use Canva in your school, you use Kahoot. How do you use them? Do you just go and you buy them? Oh, my school, our school fees is 50,000 naira. By the time we start using these things, parents will pay more money. You buy them, deploy them, and you start using them. How are you using them? Do you just use them for using sake to get money, to get the parents pay? Are you protecting the kids when they are using it? Are you protecting yourself? Are you protecting the information you share on this platform? I want to know. If you give me the gist, I will know what to say. That's what I'm saying. It's an interactive. My brain here is empty, and I'm seeing there's a lady I'm seeing here too now. Some very, very brilliant people who know about these things. So I'm asking. Nobody's talking. Who knows about digital citizenship here? Ma, you know about it. Ma, you do. What is digital citizenship?
Yeah, so I think just like the word citizenship, if you're a citizen of a country, you belong to that country. So digital citizenship is just talking about you being able to enter the digital world and knowing how to navigate and do everything in between all of that.
Knowing how to navigate, right? How are you helping your students navigate the digital space? How? Wow. Ma, please. Tell us how you're helping students navigate their digital space.
Okay, digital citizenship is about responsible use of tech. You know, these learners in our care are digital natives, and even if we allow them to use devices and all of that or not, they will still find a way to use it. So we have to teach them. We cannot take it away from them. Help them maintain a very healthy media balance, their well-being. It's not all the time that they are on they have devices on surfing the net and all that. So we have to also teach them, okay, what we do. So we educate them, data citizenship education. There's a whole lot of topic. It's a curriculum on its own. So we educate them on their data footprint, that at the end of the day, these are things that will now create a perception, create an identity for them. And then we bring real life experiences, telling them of a lot of things that other people are. I think I saw something lately that I did a screenshot and I kept it. Sometimes you post something, you feel that you can delete it. The internet never forgets. So we make them understand that, like I mentioned earlier, the media balance will help them. There are times you go on to surf the net, and it is not everything you go and do on the internet. So you also have real-time relationship with people around. You connect with people, and then again, what do we do? Then the security aspect, we make them understand that you don't talk to strangers. Strangers could be anybody, and before you respond, you have to let an adult know. Meanwhile, parents should also find a way to monitor their kids. We have all manner of tools, the Google Play, Google Family, and the rest. So you can always monitor, even when you are not there, when they are downloading, when they're, you monitor these things, and you can set a time to where the device will just go off. They cannot use it when you time it. And they understand all of these things too. So we teach them their privacy, there are certain informations you don't share online, you don't tell people, you don't even there's a balance, you draw the line. You don't even talk to stranger when someone is trying to reach out to you, you don't know, you tell an adult and they will help you. And if anybody, you don't bully people too, right? If you don't want people to bully you, don't bully them, and everybody have right to their post. You don't go to condemn people that what you have shared or what you have sent is not right, because by the time you start doing that, you don't know what that person is going through, or you don't know what tantrum the person will throw. So you keep your own sanity safe. And
Round of applause for her, please.
Thank you for that. The very plain way I would want to say this is that if you are not going to let your child walk from here, not put your child on Lagos Ibadan Expressway. If you know you are not going to allow your child just go by herself on Lagos Ibadan Expressway, then don't give your child a phone.
Thank you. I'm driving from her to here. If at this point as educators, we can't even have a grip on technology, then we are in a huge problem. Am I lying? We're in a huge problem. We don't have a grip. So in my head, what we are all doing as school owners and leaders is, oh, there's this hype on artificial intelligence. There's this hype on tech tools. Let's buy it. It increases our pockets. Students come, children of the rich come and everything. But we are not completely concerned about the well-being of those kids online. And just like she was saying, there is a whole lot when it comes to digital citizenship and online safety, which is missing in our educational system. When you go to school, you hear about safeguarding, but nobody talks about the cybersecurity or cyber safety aspect, the policies and the frameworks that ensures that those tools you're using, they are not just tools that you're using to learn, but you're also using it to protect your students. And that's why we are talking about all this today here. As educators, if you need your school and you as a teacher to be relevant in the coming years, you have to put cybersecurity education as a key responsibility in your school. And that's what the whole sustainability aspect is all about. You need to bring in knowledge. You need to train your teachers. We need to train our staff, our students on how to navigate the digital space very, very responsibly and thrive online. I asked us here, when last did you Google yourself? You really need to do this every day, every week. This because you are living what they call a digital trail online. And for every time we give these kids all these tools to use, they impute, they write, they share, they have conversations, and they share maybe their scores and everything on such tools. This information they are taking, knowingly or unknowingly, by the developers of these platforms, and they are sold. Those of you who know, they are sold to third parties. There is this stuff going on everywhere, which is called CSAM. If you know, apart from her, is there anybody that knows the CSAM thing? I call it CSAM. Who knows about it? Child sexual abuse materials. Do we know about it? Nobody knows about it. I think as educators, we are lifelong learners. We need to get into that habit of going into this whole technology space. Not because everybody is shouting AI or shouting it. We need to learn, because the world we are in now, these kids are called digital natives. They are fast. They are learning technology faster than you do. They can manipulate stuffs. Recently, I read about a tiny new camera, which if I bring it in here, I snap any one of you. I am not snapping you, but I am making you nude, and I'm going to share among my fellow students. They're already using it. There is no way we can know about these things if we don't research. And if you know that your school is not still going to be behind, you have to learn about what these tools do. We all hear of cookies. I'm kind of digressing from my slide because I see that we are not too informed about a lot of things. There are things they call cookies. Who has heard about them? Cookies. So what exactly do we think these cookies do? We click on our devices. Sorry? We click and accept them. And what they do is they are like algorithms understanding the pattern of your click, and they are taking those information, keeping it, and sending you back some certain stuffs you feel you are interested in. I've heard people say, I genuinely you, and I just thought about something now, and it started showing me what I thought about. There is no spiritualism in that. It is what you have been clicking. If you go to a page and if you go to a page and you're clicking about sneakers, those cookies are collecting those information. And at the end of the day, all the whole reels and video you're going to watch on your Instagram, if that's where you're doing the clicking, is going to show you sneakers. And that's why, as adults, as educators, we need to research. You need to know about what we call algorithm literacy. That is understanding the pattern of your journey on digital spaces. And that's why I'm so afraid of schools deploying edtech tools. When you deploy edtech tools, what do you put in mind when you're buying those tools? 3 things. Safety. Are they safe? Are the information of the student you're using these tools for, is it safe? Who are the people talking to your students? I don't know if I'm meant to say this. I go undercover based on a particular work group where I am. And what we do, we go undercover as 14 and 15 and 12-year-old kids. And we go to a particular platform, one of the most dangerous platforms when it comes to tech, Discord. When you go to Discord as a 14 undercover with license, some form of license, you go into that space. There is a site, or there are sites where they will tell you, hi, pretty 14-year-old girl, and everything. We're all adults here, right? Okay. You'll be groomed there. We're still working on some. You'll be groomed there. You will see men telling you what to do. There are 3 categories of them. There are some they call hunters. Their target, girls 12-year-old, 11. Ma, you know what I'm saying, right? 12, 10. You'll be groomed there to do some certain sexually disturbing stuff. And when by the time they are done with this child you've kept on those EdTech tools who are not conscious of privacy, you will regret ever using those tools. And that's why it is important, whatever safeguarding policies you're doing in your school, if you have any, put in cyber security, cyber safety, because it is the tech age, right? We're using technology. We can't be using technology and still be hitting 2 stones to make fire, right? Like in the cave age. So we need to, regardless of whatever it is we are doing in schools, if those of you who are school leaders, let's push the narrative for cyber safety technology. A time will come. People are scared AI will take your job. AI is not going to take your job. Technology is not going to take your job. It is those teachers, those educators who don't know AI that will be shifted out of the space. And when it comes to AI, anything technology, we all need as educators of whatever sort we are to go into this space of technology for the sake of these young people we are raising, to protect them. Are we getting? It's not about FAMSI. When you go to PTA meetings, you will hear some conversation. If you see my pikin, if you hear my child, his hand goes like this. That's not tech savviness, please. The hand of that child is going pa, 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 clicking where? There is sextortion going everywhere. Why do you think all of them, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the night, you go to their rooms, they are there like this? What are they doing? Are we even asking what they are doing? I have left my slide because of what I am seeing here. Are we asking what exactly they are doing 1 a.m., 2 a.m.? Like I said, Discord is one of the dangerous platforms we have. But a lot of our young people are on Discord. Likewise, Telegram, that's the home of fraudsters and scammers. Right? Am I lying? So what are we doing as educators? It's not enough to stand in front of your class and teach and use tools and deploy Microsoft this, Microsoft that. Are you understanding the working of these tools? This is not to put fear into us. I'm not putting fear into us. Are you understanding the working of these tools? Are you navigating the digital space wisely and responsibly enough to guide your children? I love what this mama said. If I walk into a new neighborhood or I go into a shopping mall, I can't just leave even my 18 or 19 or 20-year-old kid to say, well, find your way. No, you would guide them. You would guide them. Let's not leave these young people as digital orphans. That's what I call them. You see people go on, what's that deadly platform where people can abuse? Is it Twitter? People will abuse your destiny. And your destiny will leave your body. And you're like, oh my God. Is it me that they are talking? Look at the flames flying up and down. Have you ever called your teenage children and say, are you on LinkedIn? You would hardly find them on a professional platform. But where would we get them? We'll get them on Twitter and all those stuffs. And what are they doing there? They are learning to troll, cyberbullying. What they have okay. I'm going based on the flow of this class, of this section. Can anybody here tell me the meaning of PAL? PAL. PAL. Our teenagers, our young people, they use it. PAL. Maybe you're walking past your daughter in her room or in her bedroom or anywhere, and you just hear PAL while she's talking or she's saying it. Parents are listening. Those are their languages. GNOC, get naked on camera. That's a stranger grooming your child. Now, we're all adults here, right? When I merge the power of emojis, when I merge a banana and I merge one other fruit again, a peach, what am I implying? We barely know these things and we are sitting in classroom talking about EdTech tools. Do you know what those tools are doing?
Just to buttress what you said about the banana and peach, there's a parent who actually saw that emoji and said the children are going out for fruit picnic and had no idea.
And that is not a fruit picnic. Based on what he said, I was in a session like this, and a parent told us that her daughter just made a friend online, and the boy is very nice, very good. Do you know what that friend does? Every time the friend comes in during the lunch hour and comes in with a banana and takes his time. This is a real life story happening here in Nigeria. Takes his time to peel that banana and telling the girl on the other side that the girl should bring in their own banana and they should eat. Now, this girl had to go back to her mom to say, "Mommy, my friend is always telling me, bring banana, because he's always having banana." The mom said, maybe you should buy it too, so that when you guys come online together, you would eat. But the mama was clueless about what was happening. It took the woman's young teenage sons to say, "Mommy, that boy is not a friend, though. That boy is grooming your daughter for sexual acts," right? The banana represents, we know now, we are adults here. We know. And what is it? Children are speaking these emoji languages and we don't know. So how on earth are we going to be able to train them on using EdTech tools to be safe? We can't. So I'm urging us as educators, as leaders, as whatever we are as school leaders, we should start thinking about bringing in cyber safety education into schools. Train your students on how to navigate their digital spaces. Train yourselves as educators and leaders, and also collaborate with parents to allow their children navigate safely online. There is a lot. It's a whole curriculum, it's a whole class. We need to equip ourselves. Before you use EdTech tools, check for safety, make sure it is safe, make sure it is secured, and make sure it is respected. And what do I mean by being respected? Your EdTech tool should be able to moderate the kind of conversation going on it. It is important so that the wrong people don't talk to your kids on those platforms. And your information on those platforms is not shared to people who often sell them. So some of these things, it's important we get to learn them. This kind of session is not enough for us to know everything. But I would advise each and every one of us as educators, as school leaders, to push more in learning about cyber safety. It's not only about physical stuff. One more question before I kind of round off, right? Okay. If in your school we have Gmails, we have our school mails, right? If your students or your teacher's school mail is hacked, what would you do? Nobody. If your school's email is hacked, what is the first step to do? All right. No idea. Does anybody have just like a sketch about what you should do when the school's email, we all have email xyzschool@something.com, right? When such email is hacked, what is the first thing to do if actually we are talking about EdTech, sustainability? Because as it is, we are not there, right? We can't lie about it. We are not there. We are just people who know how to use all those things. We are not yet there. That first step is what I want to know. If your school's email is hacked or your student's email is hacked, what is the first thing you will do? Sorry? You mean the student or the school? Yes, you have access to your mail, but it has been hacked. Change. Wow. Let's give her a round of applause.
All I was going to say, changing your password, the password of the user who is hacked, is one step actually for us who activate a system-wide password change. because hacking to one may already put the others in threats. Thank you.
Please, let's clap for him. That is it. The first thing, you change the password. That's the first step. You change the password. And after changing the password, like he said, it's a whole long process. Do we even have IT support in our schools? Who said yes? Everything is you. Do we have IT support in our schools? We don't. Let's not lie. We don't. We're all using those tools. We don't. After this, what he said, you now take the matter to your IT support. And a whole lot of process goes on. So I think where we are at this point, when it comes to this conference, is going back to the basic. Educators, lifelong learners, learn. Please learn. It is when you learn, you'll be a step further ahead, these young people. When you sit down and they tell you, or you even know half of what they know, you won't stay here and say, we are using ULesson, we are using Elim. A lot goes on. Let's learn. Let's keep learning. Let's keep understanding this evolving technology space. There is a call I received 2 days ago, 3 days ago, someone calling me, telling me my mom, and I'm laughing. My mom is in the other room. That's the power of artificial intelligence and voice cloning. Our kids are going to hit us with it very soon. And it's going to start in the school. There was something that trended in one of these schools in the US where they used their principal's voice. I don't know if anybody heard about it. They used their principal's voice to scam. So it's coming because we here, we are consumers. Africans are consumers. Nigerians are consumers. And we consume all this. iPhone Pro 16 is out now. Hype. We're going to consume, not because we know half of what is on the phone. I know some of us don't even know that a digital wellness app is on our phone. That when you're driving and you're on your phone, it can cut you off. When your kids want to come online, it can throw them off. We don't set all those things. So please, educators, let us learn this tech space. It is when we learn the tech space, we can start talking about everything around edtech tools and sustainability. And this is the only thing that can make your school a successful school when it comes to technology and the age we are in now. Thank you.
I want to thank you for your presentation, okay? But I also want to add that, you know, all the examples she's giving about banana and all these things, we're going to keep having new apps. They're going to, you know, you catch banana, they're going to create strawberry. So you can't catch up with technology. It's dynamic, is fast. The only way you can protect yourself is learn how to use technology. That's all. If you don't know how to use it, your child can be the one doing yahoo by your table, and maybe you probably bought the computer for the child. And both of you will be eating and the child will be doing the yahoo. That's the truth. If you are not knowledgeable, forget it. You just don't have a choice. As a mother and as a teacher, it's compulsory. Thank you.
And let me quickly say, it's also okay for your child to be your teacher. It's very, when it comes to, I don't know of any subject or maths, English, when it comes to tech, they are ahead of you. Allow them be the leader, the principal, the proprietor. They will teach you and you work with them as a team. Let me leave us with that. You work with them as a team. You talk to them about everything about their online space. You explore their online world with them. You agree with them on what is right to do online and what is not right to do online. And you help them manage their device setting. Team. Thank you.
This has been so amazing. Thank you very much, Miss Confidence Osei. It involves a lot of thinking, reflection on what our practices are, on what we think social media is. And it's reminded me of something that happened, of a sad incident that happened with a boy called Jordan DeMay. I don't know if you heard about him. Jordan DeMay. So the story of Jordan DeMay is very simple. Tragic. there are two that they are brothers, right? They set a set of brothers who got involved in hacking into this Jordan DeMay's personal computer. They were able to somehow get his nudes, and they sent it back to him, threatening him to pay them in dollars so they don't get to release his nudes. He cried, and this was at midnight when his parents were asleep. He cried, he wailed, he begged them, and he did all of that. He sent in something. He sent in something that, I think from his pocket money or something, I can't remember. But they told him it was not enough. And after some hours, this took place within about 6 hours, from about 12 midnight till about 6 a.m., all this happened. And when he had sent in his own bits, he said, well, I think what's left for me is to kill myself. And guess what these brothers said? Good. Do it fast. And the boy went, took his father's 9mm pistol, put it to his temple, and shot himself. So it is something that we need to actually understand. School owners, if you're going to put in certain internet facilities, if you're going to use learning management software, you have to go the extra mile by installing antiviruses, or not antiviruses, sorry, installing firewalls. Thank you very much. Installing firewalls and making parents understand that they also need to play their part, because as soon as the children leave the school, it's a different ballgame entirely at home. I have seen parents of children I have taught who have put in these things on their laptops. They've seen the timetable, and they know, okay, so you are not going to need the laptop for more than maybe 5 hours. And then once it is 5 hours, the laptop shuts down by itself. So it's just a way for us to understand what is going on and how to tackle the ongoing challenges that comes with being that comes with this AI coming into the system. And I would like to use the Nigerian panels by saying it is well. Okay, do we have Priscilla? Is she on now? Okay,
Oh,
so
yes,
Priscilla, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. And thank you, our fantastic speaker. Miss Confidence was saying you did justice to your topic. Thank you. And three key things from your session. The first thing is, you said for us to, before we subscribe to management software, education management software, we should look out for safety. We should look out for if it's secured. And lastly, we should make sure that it's respected. So I take the safety to be that the teacher should be trained to understand that it is end-to-end encrypted. So that way it's not open to outsiders to sell this information, to third party. So it should also be respected in the sense that our tools should be censored. The information on our tools should be censored. There should be a firewall to protect the information so that we don't have this pop-ups, that allows unauthorized applications on our digital devices. Thank you so kindly. So we're moving on to the next session. Haven't heard of cyber security? Yes, we now know how to secure our digital tools, but what are the EdTech pathways and opportunities? So what are these pathways and opportunities for teachers? To do justice to this topic, EdTech pathways and opportunities, I'm so honored to be welcoming the first panelist. He is a social entrepreneur with an unflinching passion for technology and education. He is convinced that technology has the potential to rewire the educational trajectory and prepare the next generation of young people for the opportunities that awaits them. He's currently He currently leads an amazing team of education natives at EduSco, an innovative edtech solutions that matches the African students with the right key stage 12 private schools and finances their education affordably. EduSco currently serves over 8,000 schools in Nigeria and enrolls hundreds of children in these schools every month. He is a convener of Activated Summit, previously known as the Business of Education Summit. The event gathers hundreds of education leaders within and outside Nigeria to discuss solutions to some of the pressing problems in the African education ecosystem. Over the last 12 years, he has shown remarkable capability and achievement in B2B, that is business to business, and B2C, business to customers, products, marketing for innovative he has also provided creative, innovative, and forward-thinking leadership for diverse teams of talents across different industries and markets in Africa and Europe. He is a graduate of psychology and holds a master's degree in marketing. He's also a PhD candidate for the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to welcome Dr. Jide Ayebusi to the platform. You're welcome, sir. It's so exciting to have you here, sir. It's so exciting to have you here, sir.
Can
Mr.
everyone hear
Jide,
me? Can you hear me?
can you say hello to us? So let's know we have you in
Yeah,
the room.
I'm saying hello. Can everyone hear me?
Oh,
Yes, we
fantastic.
can.
Yes, sir, we are.
Exactly, but
We're
I'm
so
not sure if
excited to have you
MC
here.
can hear me.
Yes, please.
Can you see my camera, by the way? I can't see myself, but I'm trying to put up my
Okay,
camera. But
we're yet to see your
No,
camera.
we are unable to see you, sir.
wow. All right, so I don't know, for some reason the camera is not on, but I mean it's I've already switched it on air, but I mean let's see if it's able to come up at some point. By the way, thank you very much. I'm not a doctor yet, so my name is Jide.
Okay, we're just calling you a doctor because you're a candidate for the PhD. So we are seeing the future. So that's why we addressed you as Dr. Jide.
Thank you for the
Thank
compliment.
you, sir. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. So the next panelist on this panel is an amazing lady, someone that I personally admire, not just her intelligence. She is beauty and brain. Ladies and gentlemen, she's distinguished by her astute integration of technology, innovative and entertaining teaching methods. She's widely known as the DG teacher, an exceptional teacher and teacher trainer. She's TRCN certified, just in case you think, oh, okay, let's see, she's not licensed. A TFL certified and UNESCO MGIEP certified digital teacher. She has taught students both online and on-site across Africa, Asia, Europe, and North America. This amazing lady is passionate about fostering effective teaching techniques and student assimilation. She deploys her skills to train other teachers and consults for educational institutions on how to leverage educational technology, edtech, and the online space for increased income. I beg your pardon, create fun and engaging learning environment and expand influence. She desires to see teachers become economically free and maximize technology to provide quality and borderless education to a global audience, and she accomplishes this through her books, trainings, and courses. I'm sure you're wondering, this woman being a teacher, how is she able to do all of these things at the same time? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I make welcome Miss Myra Onyinye Samuelson to the stage. Please put your hands together for this fantastic woman. She's beauty and brain indeed. Thank you so kindly. Sorry, we can't hear you, ma'am. Could you please unmute? Okay, I think you clicked on something on your device, so your voice is slow. Yeah, so is it possible to log out and then log in again while I introduce the next speaker? Thank you so kindly, ma'am. Amazing. So get ready for the most transformative session of our lives. Thank you so kindly. So the third panel speaker is a learning and development expert. With 5 years experience across Key Stage 12, teacher education and corporate learning. She successfully transitioned from classroom teaching to instructional design and corporate training in 1 year, during which she has coached over 20 professionals taking in the same path. Memorable, meaningful, and easy describes her design philosophy, which she has applied, impacting over 10,000 10K plus learners. As a teacher, she has earned awards from reputable organizations like Top 50 Most Inspirational Teachers by Late Africa, Teach with Tech Award by Edufocal, amongst several others. Ladies and gentlemen, she believes that teachers are stars. Teachers are stars to shine bright and not candles to burn out. So just in case you were thinking that you're a candle to burn out, this fantastic woman, Miss Bisayo Adewale, is here to tell you that you are a star to shine bright. Please put your hands together as we welcome this fantastic educator, Miss Bisola Adewale, to the stage. Thank you so kindly, ma'am. Can we get a hello from you, ma'am? Thank you, thank you. Please put your hands
Hello.
together for her. Can we see you, ma'am? Great, thank you so kindly. Such an honor to have you there in person. Thank you, ma'am. So our next speaker, our fourth speaker on this panel, is the founder and CEO of EasyDigi, an education consulting organization that uses research, technology, and networking to transform education in Africa. He is an international educator, education futurist, and an innovative teacher trainer who also sits on the board of various education institutions. He's also the head of sales and customer success at Gradely, a leading startup in the Nigerian tech ecosystem. As an active player in the African education, technology, and edtech landscape, he leads a revolution that empowers African teachers to become authentic learning designers through the application of design thinking and agile methodology. This innovative approach to education transformation in Africa has also earned him a nomination as the 2024 Founder of the Year in Nigeria by the Global Startup Awards, with EasyDigi as nominated as the Startup of the Year in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited, thrilled, elated beyond description to welcome Mr. Adebayo Alomoja. Please put your hands together for this fantastic educator. Thank you so kindly, sir. Can we hear from you, sir? Can you do us the honor? Before we get started, I would like to inform you, our amazing participant, that you're one of the best audience I've had in my years in this industry of communication and comparing. Thank you so kindly for being amazing and gracious with your applause. Thank you. So we'd like to start with Miss Bisayo Adewale. Yes, ma'am. So you successfully transitioned from the classroom teaching to instructional design and corporate trainings in just 1 year. That sounds like magic to me. How were you able to achieve this?
Okay. It's not magic. So one year of transition doesn't mean that it took 1 year to prepare. A lot of things have been going on since the first day I entered the classroom. Since the first day I started using technology in the classroom, I have an ownership mentality. So when I see my 80 minutes in the classroom, I see it like my 80 minutes of fame. I usually have double period. So I see it as my 80 minutes of transformation. And so when I use that opportunity to try to explore with my learners, it is in the process of exploring with my learners every day that I discover some of the things that I'm able to do beyond the classroom. So it still started from the classroom. My first attempt at using quizzes. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. Okay, so my first attempt at using quizzes, I realized that who are the people behind this app? Who are the people in the office designing this technology? I want to be in that room. I want to know what were they thinking about? What kind of data did they use to come up with this kind of idea? I want to be able to do something like that. And so I started finding out other things apart from that app. I started finding out, okay, what other app works like this or better than this? And so the curiosity started. For everything I discover that I want to use with my learners, I imagine myself in the room of people that are behind the scene. And that's where the curiosity started. And that happened from 2018 all the way to 2022. My first attempt at instructional design was when I had the opportunity to supervise student teachers from the University of Lagos. There were 4 of them. And I'm so happy today that one of them is even here listening to me and recording me. So these 4 people came clueless. They had a lot of content, but the application, when it comes to application, they were clueless. And I knew what to do to supervise them. They did well. They came out in flying colors. And then I thought to myself, so what happens when they leave, when I'm no longer with them? How do they go on? How do I maintain, or how do they maintain that, knowledge application that they have learned here? So I thought to myself, why can't I just create a course for them? Then I started finding out what are the authoring tools that are free that I can use, because I didn't have the money to. If you're going to use, there's an authoring tool to subscribe on it for a month is $100. I didn't have that then. So I found a free tool. I created my first course and I gave it to them for free. And I even had other teachers, learn from that. And they gave me good feedback. To the glory of God, my first instructional design job, that course was what I submitted as my portfolio, because the company needed to see what I can do. And I didn't even apply for that job. I just they found my profile on LinkedIn and sent me a message. And that is how the transitioning started. I'm no longer with that company now, but that first course that I did, just because I wanted to do more for the student teachers under my care, that was what launched me into. So that 1 year, I hope I've been able to explain that it's not magic. It took a lot of preparation towards that 1 year. And the reason why it was that quick, apart from the God factor, was because I'm a very curious learner. I ask questions a lot, and I always tell myself, Bisaya, you don't know enough. You don't know enough. I never go somewhere.
the sticky notes I came here with, they're already full. And I wish I brought my daughter, because I like to come to a place like this empty so that I can be filled, because you cannot fill something that is already filled up, right? You have to empty yourself. So yeah, let me stop there for now.
Thank you so kindly, ma'am. Please put your hands together for her. Always be ready to learn. Be a learning machine to soak up knowledge. Thank you so kindly, ma'am. So our next question is addressed to Mr. Adebayo Olomaja. As someone who sits in the board of various educational institutions, I'm sure you've encountered school leaders, and you are also one. What are the challenges that you see that these school leaders face today? And what strategy can they use to ensure that their resilience is strengthened?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so I think about that one, I'm going to start by saying that every time we have the education conversation and we don't have entrepreneurs in the room, that conversation can be balanced, right? Because the education sector is a component of an industrial ecosystem. And what goes on in that ecosystem, what education is supposed to do part time, is a function of what is flowing in that ecosystem, right? So, I mean, for school owners, I mean, for school boards, you really want to make sure that you have entrepreneurs in your board, right? Because they can keep feeding you with how the market is changing, what's going on in the market, and so that in terms of knowledge, skills and competencies, what school is prioritizing in terms of what is offering aligns with what is going on in that ecosystem. Because once that alignment is missing, then it means that whatever school is doing is just a waste of time. All right. Now, down to school owners and how, because we're talking about resilience, right? And how school owners can really bring this into their system, most especially for teachers, right? And this will boil down to what the training that teachers are offered looks like, right? I believe this question is for school leaders, right? I don't know how many school leaders are in the room. So I want to tend more towards teachers in answering that question, right? So design thinking says that EDIPT, empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. If you want to solve the problem of a people, you have to go to their midst, get close to them, understand them, right? You can't solve their problem from afar. You have to get very close to them to solve their problem, right? That's what design thinking says, right? So if school leaders want to have that kind of system, right, that that has resilience, right, a kind of business that is resilient and will stand the test of time, it means that when the trainings are going to be designed, right, the trainings have to be designed. Thank God we have an L&D person here. The trainings are going to be designed in such a way that it is practically going to offer their teachers these skills, right? Because the whole team needs to have this, right? So if the training is not designed to offer, the CHRG skills, it's problematic. The World Economic Forum usually release a report, the Future of Jobs report. The last one was released last year, and in that report, they talked about a number of skills that any professional, anybody in the workforce globally should be able to survive in what the work place looks like today. A number of those skills are listed: analytical thinking, creative thinking. Resilience is part of those skills, right? And when we talk about resilience, we need to accept the fact that resilience is not built around simple problems. So in the classification of problems, we have simple problems, we have complex problems. A simple problem is the one that has a definite answer. When you see a simple problem, you already have an idea of what the answer can look like. If it's not A, it will be B. If it's not C, it will be D, right? When you see so that structure, that narrative, right, doesn't require a lot of mental effort, right? But a complex problem does not have an answer. A complex problem leads to a question that leads to a question, and that promotes divergent thinking, right? Simple problems by nature, they are convergent in their thinking, meaning that they quickly come to a point easily. You can easily know that it's B or C or D, right? It takes minutes to solve simple problems, but if we're talking about complex problems, it doesn't take minutes, right? So the whole Nigerian education system is built around simple problems. That's a talk for another time, right? But for the
Thank you
schools,
so kindly, sir.
what I
Yes,
didn't get it.
please.
Oh, okay. I
Thank you.
couldn't.
Thank you so kindly, sir.
All right. So I mean, oh, she made me lose my line of thoughts. All right.
So sorry.
That's right. Over to you. Over to you then. We're not been able to like contribute to that question and what it really means to having a system that promotes resilience, having a resilient team, and having a kind of resilient business as well. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, sir. So we're moving on to the next panelist, Ms. Onyinye Myra Samuelson. So we're going to ask you a very tricky question. Your teaching methods are known to be innovative and entertaining. How can teachers incorporate creativity into their classroom to enhance student engagement and learning outcome, especially in virtual environments? Well, in a nutshell, in summary, we're just asking and craving your indulgence to share your trade secret with us. Hello, ma'am, are you with us? Hello, ma'am. Can you hear us? Okay, so while we're waiting for Miss Onyinye, can you hear us? Okay, if you're using a headphone rather, is it possible to disconnect? Perhaps we could hear you better. Is it possible to disconnect if you're using? Okay, so let's move on to Mr. Jide while she's sorting that out. We hope to get her back soon. So Mr. Jide, you're a fantastic EdTech expert, right? So with your deep passion for technology transformative impact, how do you see emerging technology reshaping the future of education? Well, particularly in terms of sustainability and resilience, especially in the face of global challenges like we had during the COVID-19.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me today. So I'll start by saying that why it's very good for us to compare ourselves with the rest of the world, right? So in terms of how we're moving, in terms of sustainability, with the use of edtech solutions, I think it's very imperative that we know that our problems when it comes to education are still very basic, right? So we're still very at the elementary stage, right? So and sometimes we get very myopic around very limited number of elites and very well educated family that have got access to to technology, neglecting the vast majority of the population that are excluded from accessing this technology, right? What I've seen in recent times is a situation whereby technology seems to be widening that access gap that we're talking about, most especially in this part of the world, Africa. Having said that, it's also very germane to mention some of the areas and technologies that are revolutionizing education across the world, so that, I mean, if anyone is thinking around that in Africa or in Nigeria, perhaps they can start to think around how to leverage those kind of tools to change the education system in this part of the world. The first is AI. Of course, everybody talks about AI, right? To be honest, I'm getting really very very worried, and of course getting really frustrated about AI, because almost everywhere you get to now, you hear AI, right? So it was like that when I was in school, then it was ICT. That there was a claim that by the time we leave school, there will not be any jobs for us because ICT. Then it was desktop computer. That desktop computer is going to take our jobs away, right? We left that era. It was Internet of Things everywhere. People were shouting, "Oh, Internet of Things! Oh, this is a no-brainer, right?" And the noise around that, died down. We had blockchain technology, cryptocurrency, and all of that, and that passed. And now we have AI. So what I see is going to happen is that, that era, that noise around AI is going to go and pass, right? It's going to come rather and pass. But why that noise is still here? If you're not careful, we will not be able as Africans to be able to leverage the power of AI, to change our education system. AI has got a lot of potent when it comes to access, right? And when it comes to making education affordable. So my advice sometimes to the educational players who are using technology to revolutionize the industry is to look at how they can adapt, AI to solve local problems rather than just adapting global solutions, right? So AI is there. I mentioned blockchain technology, earlier. Perhaps, it's time for us to start to leverage this potent tool to verify credentials, right? So there's so much a bunch of manual process that happens, right, when it comes to verifying certificates, information, credentials of students all over the world, most especially for guys who are coming from a part of the world, Africa, right? Perhaps there can be a blockchain technology that can help to ensure that whenever this opportunity or whenever this institution arises, we're able to use blockchain technology to overcome that. The other area that the rest of the world has really gone far, that we are still trying to catch up, is AR and VR, right? Virtual reality and augmented reality. See that also as important to most, especially when it comes to immersive learning, right? So you don't want to give students, say for instance, expose students to chemicals in the laboratory, for instance, that can harm them. But with AR and VR, you can do that in a situation where the student can immerse themselves in that situation, get engaged, use the chemicals without getting harmed, right? And that's where learning is going into globally. But again, we're catching up, right? So these areas, why they seem to be very seems to be very huge, like globally when it comes to education. Africa is still very at the very early stage. Perhaps we can begin to do something as innovators and educators, in that space.
Thank you so kindly, sir. So do we have Miss Onyinye back in the room? Oh, great.
Oh, great.
Oh, we still can't hear you.
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 Is your phone on Bluetooth? Could you disconnect every external
application?
Like Bluetooth,
headphone.
Oh, there is none connected.
Oh, there is none connected. Oh.
Okay. Alternatively, ma'am.
Alternatively,
we could hear your thoughts. Could you please leave it on the chat so we read it while we progress? So I just read out your question to you. And then, please, would that work? Could you do us that favor? Leaving it on the chart. Yes, ma'am. Could you please leave it on the chart so we'll read it out? Thank you so much, ma'am. So your question is, your teaching methods are known to be innovative and entertaining. How can teachers incorporate creativity and fun-based learning into their digital classrooms to enhance student engagement and learning outcomes? So in summary, basically, could you share your trade secrets with us? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I'll be waiting on the comment section and then we'll read out your contributions. Unfortunately, we're not able to listen to your beautiful voice. and sharing your thoughts directly with us. So please, could you drop it on the comment section while we go to the next speaker, and then we'll read it up eventually. Thank you so kindly, ma'am. So while we're waiting for Miss Onyinye, would like to go back to Miss Bisayo Adewale. Are you in the room, ma'am? I can
Yes,
see
I
you, but I
am.
just want to be sure you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, ma'am. So, with your experience coaching professionals into edutech, what are the most promising pathways and opportunities that you know are currently available for educators? And how can they actually best position themselves? Because it's one thing to know these pathways, is another thing to position yourself to be seen. Thank you so kindly, ma'am, for your response in anticipation.
Okay, thank you for that question. Let me start with the pathways. So if you go on LinkedIn now and you search for learning and development roles, you will see job vacancies that are actually asking for people with education degree. I didn't know that when I was in teacher training. All they told me in teacher training was that I am being trained to prepare lesson plans and and maybe after 10, 15 years I might become a principal and maybe own a school. So there was no part of my training that made me understand that I can be useful in other areas too. If you go on LinkedIn now, don't let it be that I told you. Just search for learning and development roles. You would see that you would see companies that are not in any way in the education space asking for talents that have education degree. So that is one pathway. You can be a learning and development content creator. You can be a subject matter expert. Most teachers start from being subject matter experts for edtech companies because no matter how much they know about the tech, they still need the content from the expert, and that is you, the teacher. So you can start from being a subject matter expert. Then you can also be an instructional designer. Now, the difference between an instructional designer and a teacher who is a subject matter expert is that the instructional designer can design learning in any content. But the teacher is an expert in a particular content. How? The instructional designer works with the subject matter expert to convert that content into something that is transferable. And it doesn't matter, the instructional designer does not have to be an expert in that content, right? So hearing that alone already excites me. I mean, that's part of what excited me. You mean that as an instructional designer, I can know about basic science, know about PHE, know about all of these things as I am designing learning experience, working with all these teachers, instead of just being only an expert in one area, which is good. I'm not saying that that is not good, but I'm just telling you that you can do beyond the current subjects you are teaching as an instructional designer. You can go and take courses on instructional design and learn how to help other experts in other content areas organize their learning. I am so happy that I am sitting down here with Mr. Adebayo because I follow him. I follow every post on LinkedIn and Instagram. And if you have been following him, you will know that he talks a lot about context. Now, one of the ways you can train yourself to become a teacher that applies real world context into the classroom is to acquire instructional design skills. As you are acquiring instructional design skills, you are not just useful for your classroom, you are opening yourself up to opportunities outside, because when you are placed in any context, I'm not just talking about context when it comes to being able to use what you learn in the real world. Now I'm saying you also know how to transfer your skills, your current teaching skills. You'll be able to apply it in other areas. So that I've mentioned 3 now: learning and development, content creator, subject matter expert, instructional designer. Another one is curriculum developer, right? I don't know if it was a Dr. Fakoya that talked about, or forgotten her name now, Mrs. Faye, the head of, is it the principal for Green Springs? Which, yeah. So one of them talked about how the curriculum is hidden, and as teachers, they just tell you that this is what you are going to teach. So you write your scheme of work and all of that. For instructional design, you own the curriculum. You take ownership of the curriculum. Even when the stakeholders come to you and tell you that this is what our talents, these are the skills they are lacking in, go and create courses. If as an instructional designer, you are a consultant, you are a learning consultant, you are in the position to tell that stakeholder, you are in the position to tell that CEO that I would like to do a needs assessment. I cannot just gamble and because this is what you have told me that they need, then I'll just start creating courses. Many people think that instructional design means course creator. They are two different things. An instructional designer would develop a curriculum following based on the analysis of the needs of these people, these learners that will take your course. Then let me now go to course creator, right? Maybe after an instructional designer has already, broken down everything, designed the learning experience, you can just decide that you will focus only on creating the actual course after all the background work has been done. There are companies looking for these people, and the need will continue to grow. And teachers are the best people to fill this kind of role. I'm not here to announce to teachers that everybody should start leaving the classroom. Oh. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you can be more. There are so much more. I won't be able to mention everything, but you can be more. There are pathways beyond teacher, HOD, maybe year head, then principal, you retire, and then there's nothing to do. Maybe you open a shop or something. But I'm just saying that there is more. If you didn't know, there is more that you can actually do alongside teaching. For instance, there's instructional design in K-12. It's not only corporate organizations that need instructional designers. The EdTech companies that, for instance, ULesson, I'm sure they will use it. They use it. They have instructional designers that are designing all these things that you are seeing there. It's not just a teacher coming with the content and just dumping it. There is somebody that has designed how that content will be presented for it to make sense, for it to make impact. There's a designer behind what you are seeing on screen. It's not just from the teacher. That's what we call content dump. That's what a teacher will do. An instructional designer will convert that content using context, using needs analysis, and so many other things to turn it into an experience. And you can start doing that already in your class. Like I said when I was answering my first question, I created an experience for the student teachers that I was supervising. After, doing the regular follow me to class, look at my lesson plan and all of that, I needed to give them an experience that they can take with them even when I'm no longer there. And that's what instructional designers do. So yeah, I believe I've already answered the two questions.
Please.
I mentioned
Yes,
some parts, and I've also mentioned how you can position yourself. Start with what you have. Start with the needs that are already around you, and start working on that. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, ma'am, Miss Bisayo Adewale. Thank you, ma'am. So we're moving on to Mr. Adebayo Olomaja. But before then, we would love to appreciate those who've been dropping their comments on the comment section using the hashtag. I would like to appreciate Anya Fiok Antia, who said resilience is built around complex problem, while simple problem can easily be solved. And also Mr. Godwin Abosede, thank you for using the hashtag, the BSB conference as well, the BSB 2024.
Educators Connect with TMC. Thank you for the hashtag. Thank you Etimbok Nathan. Thank you all to everyone who is using the hashtag. This would help us connect. This would help us network. And talking about networking, I'm sure you remember when you can recall when Miss Bisayo mentioned that she follows Mr. Adebayo on LinkedIn. Yes. So talking about network, I would like to ask you, sir, Mr. Adebayo Olomaja, your emphasis on the power of networking to transform education. You often emphasize on the power of networking to transform education. How can schools create and sustain network that empowers their educators to collaborate, share resources, build resilience in these professional journeys, especially in cases where school owners and school leaders want their teachers to be isolated and dealt individually with the school? Because they often feel that when teachers collaborate and get to do things together, it sometimes serves as a distraction. So how can schools draw a line and also encourage this networking for positivity and professional journey milestones? Thank you so kindly, sir. And please, before your response, sir, we crave the indulgence of the audience to kindly drop your questions on the comment section. Kindly drop your questions on the comment section because our dear panelists will be responding to your questions. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, so I'm going to start by saying that the school as a business needs to learn from what is the ideal, right? For example, right, when you see a company like Microsoft partnering with OpenAI, right, there's a reason for that, right? They are thinking far about their business. How are we going to have a business that will stay in the next 5, 10, 15 years, right? So right now, strategically, businesses that understand that the market is changing, they are leveraging strongly on partnerships, collaboration, business-wise, to ensure that they have a business that can stand the test of time. And this also should reflect in the school business environment, right? So as a school, we are thinking about the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 15 years, and you're like, how do we stay relevant, right? What are the forces we can join to us, right, to help us steer it? Because the market is going to become more and more complex by the day, right? I've been saying something, and it's the fact that foresight is very important. Foresight is something we need to embrace. It's going to help us to reduce surprises. When you get to a point in your life and there are many surprises around you, it means everything you have been doing didn't prepare you for that point, right? If you think about the next 5, 6 years, 2030 and beyond, right? For school owners, right? Elementary school owners, most of your customers are either currently Gen Zs or people that are moving away from the Gen Z bracket, right? That's if we look at the current birth rate of Nigeria and our median age of our population, all of that, right? So those kind of people, if you know Gen Zs and their lifestyle and their value system, right, the kind of education they would want, right, is going to be quite different. I've spoken to quite a number of them. You hear things like, I want my child to go to school on only Monday and Tuesday. I don't want them to go to school on Wednesday to Friday. Yeah. You hear things like, I want a different kind of arrangement, right? And so, you see, 9 to 5 is going to be disrupted, even in the school business. Those are, okay, maybe it's even happening right now, right? So what we're going to have is going to be possible, I'm an education futurist. It's going to be possible to have schools that can run morning, afternoon, and evening shifts. Yeah, whether hybrid or even physical, right? And that's because of the demographic of parents we are going to have. And so because I'm a school owner, I'm thinking about this possibility. It's something that can happen. And so I'm asking myself, what kind of people do I need to partner with right now, such that in that kind of scenario, right, I can survive? Yeah, most of the time, it's always about the fact that we do not embrace foresight. We don't have an idea of the possible scenarios. And the future is not vague. If we leverage on data, right? We can have an understanding through backcasting, right? In the last 10 years, what has been the pattern? And what can that likely transcend to? There are some companies that, there are bodies that that's what they're basically doing. They come and tell you, this is what will happen in 2050. They're telling us now that by 2050, our population in Nigeria will become about 360 million, right? 2050. Now, that's probably going to happen. They are saying that based on backcasting, right? I discovered that every 25 years, our population has been almost doubling up. So the question is, the being interested in how things are unfolding, paying attention to data, backcasting, and then saying, what kind of environment are we going to be in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years? And what are the things we need to have, right? Because most of the time, when things change within the school environment, we're trying to now change the whole system, the workforce, the talent, right? The teachers that are part of the workforce, they are not mentally prepared for the change. And so you bring somebody to come and train them. It takes time for these things to be infused into the system. So why not begin to think far right now and then say, what partnership do we need to leverage on? What kind of people do we need to bring in? What kind of companies? I keep on saying it. Schools have to embrace partnership high level, right? Schools should partner with fintechs. Schools should partner, not only edtech, right? Because I've discovered that in edtech, the partnership between school and edtech is an exchange for money most of the time, right? I'm an edtech company. I give you my product, right? You pay me for it. But beyond the fact that we're paying you for that service, how about getting to understand what goes on in their business, in their environment, right? Because you are supplying the talent that is driving the digital economy of Nigeria. So for schools, the partnership between schools and and these other businesses has to go beyond just you give us the service, we give you money. No, come closer. Can we exchange insights? Can you tell us, like February I did about, I had an interview with Tech Kaba. I was asking some of these questions, right? Because we need to understand how that landscape is changing, right? And what is required for us to fit into it, right? So I'm just going to wrap up by saying that we need to, first of all, let's embrace foresight. Let's seek to understand from a data point, how things are evolving and possible future scenarios. And then from that data point, let's now ask ourselves, who are the people, forces, business that we need to connect with right now, because we are building our business to be sustainable enough, right? And that will require a training pathway, right, that helps the team to prepare to build the resilience required, right, for those kind of future possibilities. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for answering that question. I believe that we have had some insights to that, and it really begs to reflect on what the future of education will be in Nigeria. Have we started thinking futuristically? Have we started putting things in place to make sure that even the school as a business can still transcend the owners into the future that we can't even imagine presently? But well, that's why we are here, and we're sure that we're going to get answers to that particular question in due time. Okay. Right now I will. Sorry, Mr. Wayne, she's waiting. Okay, I'm going to still wait for Priscilla. I'm sure she has one more question to ask, and she is back. Priscilla.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so kindly. And one more time, the StreamYard decided to outstage me in my own show as the MC. Okay, thank you so kindly, sir, for that fantastic contribution. Thank you so much. The next question is to Mr. Jide. The question is, you have a lot of experience in B2B and B2C in different countries of the world. How do EdTech products position themselves to address unique challenges of different markets, especially in different continents such as Africa and Europe?
Brilliant question. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
given the vastly different economic conditions, the cultural context and educational infrastructures in Africa and of course in Europe, EdTech startups must adopt a flexible and localized approach, if you ask me. For instance, in Africa, where access to technology can be limited, right? So the focus should be on affordability and mobile first solutions, and then scalability to underserved communities. Why am I saying this, right? We want to realize as EdTech founders that we play in an impact space, right? And again, we must also realize that education is not fun, to be honest. And then the reward for education, right? It's in the future. It's not. There's no immediate gratification for education right now, right? So if someone is learning, he has to wait, you know, for some time to get a reward for that education, except when that knowledge is applicable almost immediately, right? And it's only adults that can, that understand the fact that knowledge can be, applied almost immediately. But for the children, the the idea is learn now so that you can benefit yourself in the future. So we must always have that at the back of our mind that education is not fun, it's not Davido, it's not whiskey, right? And we must build, to that in mind. We must take into consideration the nuances of like the cultural and the nuances of the countries or the markets that we want to play in. Very well. And again, B2B partnerships with governments and NGOs can also be critical in gaining traction. So you cannot do it all alone. Like someone in the speaker, one of the speakers said that partnership is key, right? They say if you want to go fast, perhaps you go, alone. But if you want to go really far, you have to go with others. So partnership is key. So try to find those who share or complement what you do, so that you can both, impact the space in such a way that everybody will benefit at the end of the day. And when you can now compare all of this to Europe, right, that is more mature in terms of edtech integration, market, and and all of that. Technologies like AI, for instance, AR or personalized learning experiences seems to be things that these guys sometimes care about. Unlike in Africa, like I mentioned earlier on. So the key to success, like I said, is understanding the pain points of this region and tailor your product to meet such. In Europe, they care much about efficiency. How do you improve operations? Because they already have system that is working. Perhaps they want to get it better. They care about optimization, right? They care about customization, right? So if you are building a product that is tailored towards the pain points and the needs of the market in Europe, perhaps these are some of the things you want to put in keep in mind. Whereas in Africa, access is still a biggest issue for us. In Nigeria, for instance, like as we all know, access to education at all is a big deal. It's a problem, right? About 18.5 million, they say, they're out of school. They cannot even access any education at all because of poverty, right? So majority cares about what comes into their stomach as against, learning now to benefit themselves in the future. Whereas even those guys that are in school are not learning. UNESCO calls it learning crisis. About 60 to 70% of the guys will finish primary school and they will be unable to read and write. So what kind of technologies can we build as educators or as edtech founders to disrupt and help these learners, get better and improve in their learning? So these are things that we want to think about in Africa, most especially when we're trying to disrupt that space. Again, localization is important, right? We should desist from adapting global solutions. Our problems in Africa are very peculiar. Solve for the local problems and then improve it. Perhaps in the future, we can, begin to start to adapt, global solutions that can help us improve what we already have in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, sir. We greatly appreciate you so much for sharing that. We should localize our solutions. Enough of westernization. We should bring down our solutions to the immediate market we are solving. Thank you so much, sir. So we'd like to recognize Hallelujah Channel for using the hashtag BSB conference. He said schools as a business needs to learn what is the ideal. Thank you so kindly. Mr. Moses Amosun asked the question, but unfortunately he did not use the hashtag. We'll go back to the question. Let's recognize those who use the hashtag first. Bukola Fedeyi Lawal used the hashtag BSBC 2024. Thank you. Stella Maris used the BSBC 2024. Thank you. Someone asked if there's a recorded version of this program. Oh, yes, there should be. Miss Victoria is amazing at that. And also, 18 Buck Nathan asked, please, can you suggest platform one can undergo training on instructional design and subject matter expert? I'm sure that question was addressed to Ms. Bisayo Adewale when she mentioned instructional design, content creation, and all. Yeah, so over to you, ma'am.
All right. Let me start with the obvious. So you can go on Coursera. There are so many. What I would advise you start with the foundations of instructional design. It's offered by University of, is it Illinois, or I don't know how to pronounce it now. Yeah, thank you. So you can start with that. Start with the foundation of instructional design. That alone would show you how, as a teacher, you already have instructional design skills seated inside you, waiting to be explored. For instance, one of the instructional design principles that we use when designing learning is the 9 events of instruction. And it starts, the first event there is to gain attention. Please, what do teachers do when they come into the class? What's the first thing we do? Isn't that what we do? We gain attention. And it's the same thing for instructional design, just in a different way, because most of the time you'll be designing instruction for adults. And remember, I said that there's also instructional design in K-12, that's kindergarten to secondary. So start with that, go on Coursera. Then you can also join a community of practice. There are many, your solution does not always have to be an online course. That's the person that asked the question. Because sometimes for an online course, these people don't know you. It's a public course. They created it, it's generic. Unlike a community of practice where you have other people that are transitioning or other people that are still teachers but want to acquire instructional design skills. There are many of them like that. I cannot start mentioning their names, but I can tell you for a fact that when you search for instructional design communities, you will find them. Okay, let me mention two. IDOL. IDOL. If you search for IDOL, it's an acronym, so it's not necessarily idol. So it's just search for IDOL. It's an international community of instructional designers. Another one is ELID. That's e-learning and instructional designers hub. ELID hub. You would most likely find them on Instagram, and you also find teachers there. Another person that you should follow closely is Mr. Adebayo. Because he understands your context. He understands that you are coming from a teacher's background, especially if you don't want to leave teaching. You still want to be a teacher and still acquire an designer. You're a powerhouse instructional designer. I advise you to follow him closely, disturb him. Then you can also try Udemy and Allison. The key word in your search should be instructional design, learning experience design. They are the same thing. So don't think that they are different. Instructional design, learning experience design. You would find so many options. I must warn you not to go straight to Google and just search. you will be lost. Start from those course providers, Coursera, look at the courses that are available, and then look for communities of practice where you have transitioning teachers. For me, my very first encounter with teachers that have transitioned was somebody on Instagram, an American teacher that transitioned on Instagram that was also coaching other teachers. I mean, I couldn't afford her, but I didn't have to pay to follow her. And so I followed her, followed every single post, practiced everything. So many teachers that ask me questions like this, and I hope this person is not like that. They are just after the certification. They want to take the course, get certified, and then put it on LinkedIn. I'm happy to announce. I like to announce my wins too, but I want to announce when I am confident that if you put me on the spot right now, I can demonstrate it. So that's one of the challenges I'm having with the teachers I have coached. But when I tell them to take a course, or when I tell them I'm offering a course, they will tell me, is there certificates? That's not even your priority right now, because you're in instructional design world, your portfolio is your certificates. What can you do? You would have interviews with entrepreneurs that want to see how the money they are investing into you, what you will use it to do. Just a sample. Sometimes it's just one screen. They want to see one screen that you can design. If you don't have any of that, you just have certificates. It's almost as good as useless. So I hope I've answered that question.
Wow.
Let me just
Wow.
summarize. Coursera, community of practice, I mentioned 2, IDOL, then ELID Hub. That's e-learning and instructional designers hub. Then follow him.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. So, Mr. Adebayo, we are following you. That's an instruction. Thank you so kindly, ma'am, for that. So, I've just been notified that according to our time for this panel session, I have just 5 to 10 minutes more. And I would also like to recognize Bukola Fadeyi Lawal, Halima Saludin, who said instructional design skills are required of an educator who is looking to get global jobs out of the classroom. Thank you so much for using the hashtag. We would also like to recognize Stella Maris, who said the section of misconfidence got me scared, but critically facing it is just an eye-opener. Thank you for that presentation. Okay, she was referring to the previous one. We also have reward for education is not immediate, but in the future. Thank you for using the hashtag. Thank you so much. Someone added, if you want to go far, you have to go with others. Thank you for using the hashtag. Moses Amosun, Lucy Fanny, thank you for using the hashtag. She says so amazing and loaded. Akim Bowale, Mary Aderonke, thank you for using the hashtag. Bola Toluwade, thank you for using the hashtag. She said school needs to embrace partnership high level. Uzoma Wanko, thank you for using the hashtag. She said insightful. Oh, I agree with you. Grace Young said, thank you for using the hashtag, an experience that will never go away soon. Schools need to collaborate more. Thank you so much for using the hashtag. Uchechiko David said, truly, I am enjoying this program. You are amazing. We're enjoying your presence as well. Daniel John used the hashtag. Thank you so much. A very instructive and value-driven conference. Your quests are all fantastic. Many thanks. Thank you so much. Olushola Bankole said, I am impressed. Indeed, we are also impressed. Thank you so much. Grace Ian, thank you so much for saying, please. I hope there is a recorded version. Someone asked that already, and we mentioned that there would be a recorded version. Abiodun Akinsoji, thank you. Said thanks for the inspiration. Amazing. Abiodun Akinsoji said he's glad to be here and he's learned a lot. Thank you so much, Awe Ganiads. Thank you, Osai Adejoke. Thank you, Oluwatoyin Adebola. Thank you so much. So there is a question earlier that we skipped, and that question was, my question is, what do you do if a teacher What do you do if, as a teacher, the school management does not support the innovative strategies you present that will address the future of education in that school? What do you do? I am sure that this question is going to Mr. Adebayo. Could you please do justice to this question, sir?
Okay, so I mean, what do you do if the school like doesn't appreciate the kind of innovation and everything? That thing is serious, so because it's you, yeah. Let's face it. But then, we have seen a lot of teacher leadership. We have seen teachers becoming leaders, even in this part of the world, right? I'm on LinkedIn. I see a lot of teachers, like you know, I remember there was a time. The reason why I tried out EdApp was because I saw you use it. I was like, and I've been looking for an app I can use to create a course. So EdApp is free. I just went, right? Don't worry, I'll tell you my own story later. You have been saying Mr. Adebayo. But the point is that it becomes difficult, right? If you are in an environment that totally confines you to a particular level of, reality, right? You can embrace leadership and then, approach the management or your next line supervisor or something and share these things with them. And when you see that is something that will still not fly, right? I'm really going to say you need to leave. That's it, right? Because and if you are someone that is visionary, right? Because our stories are almost similar, right? I was in the classroom too, right? For some of us, right, going through the classroom was an experience we needed to have to understand the landscape deeply because of something we were going to do for school, right? It's not that we were rebellious or wanted to just run away from the school environment. No, right? So if it gets to that point where the system doesn't seem to value those kind of innovations and all of that, then you know that no matter what you do, it's not going to be appreciated. You'll be frustrated. You won't be rewarded. You need to be in an environment where those things are going to be valued, right? Because the pay you get and many things and all of that will also be tied to things like that, right? So you keep growing, you keep developing yourself, and while you are still there, focus on your cycle of influence, the immediate kids you have contact with, and do the best you can do, right? But have an exit plan because it's going to kill you and not let you go far, right? I think that would be my
Wow.
response to the question.
Wow. Thank you so much, sir. Would also like to appreciate Gassem Bajete from Iran. It's been amazing having you here. He said he teach in dialogic learning method. Actually, he uses the tech tools that have been called here in his online teaching practice. Thank you so much. Mr. Jide would like to add a token to his question, last question, before we have one more last rounds for all the panelists. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so just want to use this opportunity very quickly to speak, for school owners, right? So I'm not sure they have a representation, on the panel, right? So as someone who relate with a lot of school owners and I can understand their pains sometimes, right? So we want to know that a school is a business, right? Innovation comes at a huge cost to a business, right, or to businesses, right? So a school owner or a business owner would want to balance innovation with reality, right? So imagine someone who is adopting disruptive solutions. Yes, fine. I mean, fine and good, right? So it's an investment, right? But if that comes at a cost where the school owner is unable to pay salaries, right? Same teachers will complain that you can't pay me. I don't care about what you are investing in school, right? So as teachers, we must also try to understand the pains of these school owners, right? Be in their shoes and face them and look deeply at some of the issues that they face. A lot of schools are being owed tuition, like fee for some parents for the past in Nigeria. I know for the past 1 2 years some parents have not even paid them, right? And again, these schools don't send these kids home, right? So again, what I'm trying to say is teachers must understand, right? Most especially when you are trying to bring innovation to the school, you must also sit on the seat of a school owner and understand what they face, as a school business. That way, you understand, what it means to champion innovation and balancing that with cost. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, sir. So we're going to, in 1 minute, please, is it possible for us to just leave our advice on our various topic on the digital pathways? Can we just leave 1 minute advice to the participants of this conference? EdTech pathways and opportunities. Can we just have our final words on this particular topic? Can we start with, yes, Miss.
Okay, so I'll say two things. Number one, while still being a teacher, you can be an instructional designer. I'm not here to preach the message of run away from the classroom, run away from stress and the wahala of marking notes and all. No, I'm here to let you know that you can be more, and the only limitations are the ones you want to see. The second thing is that the AI tools that you use, it's only as intelligent as you are. If it's just like your phone, if you don't, there are some functions that you don't know your phone can do for you, and because you don't use them, that's just what your phone does. But there's someone else that can do so many things, do a lot of innovative things with their phone, but it's the same phone. What's the difference? The intelligence of the user. So while still being a teacher, you need to understand that it is your intelligence that powers that artificial intelligence. So discover more, research. I just hope that teachers know that they are researchers too. They are like a data field. Many people want to get data from you, but you that you have the data, what are you using it to do? You just want to continue to be a research participant. You want to continue to provide answer survey questions and all of that. You that you are in the field right there with the resources. What are you using it to do? So that's what that would be my takeaway.
Thank you so kindly.
The AI tool is only as intelligent as you are. The only limitations are the ones you want to see. And as a teacher, you are a researcher. Do your research and make use of it. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Miss Bisayo Adewale. Thank you. Please put your hands together for this fantastic woman. She's indeed beauty and brain. Thank you so kindly, ma'am. So it just occurred to me that our physical participant did not ask a question. Please, can we have one participant? One participant, yes. So as we round off, can we have one question for Mr. Jide? Because we had Mr. Adebayo, Miss Bisayo, and answered the questions from the audience. So can we have one question for Mr. Jide from the physical participants? Do we have any participants in the house? School leader, school owner that would like to ask question? Great, fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. Protocol, I hope you're not stressing my colleague. There's supposed to be protocol moving the microphone. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel, for doing us the honor.
Sorry, sir. I think you cut it short when you were about to mention some complex problems when you were trying to address that area, probably because you had quite a lot of things to say. So I want you to please share more on that. Thank you.
Okay, I think that question was addressed to Mr. Adebayo. Mr. Adebayo, could you please briefly do us the honor again, if you don't mind, sir? Perhaps you also do it with your closing speech. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so because of time, so when talking about what a complex problem is, right? Like I said, a complex problem doesn't have a definite answer, right? It takes time for it to be solved, right? Our exams, WAEC, JAM, IGCSE, GCSE, all those exams are built around simple problems, right? You can solve a question within some minutes and you are done, right? For example, asking a group of students to investigate something that happened somewhere, and then from that investigation, come up with recommendations, right? After that investigation in a particular manner that is going to be reported or presented, right? That's not a simple problem because they have to go engage humans. They have to go do a lot of findings, right? For that kind of thing, there can be exam malpractice. Do you agree? Do you understand? So when we are talking about exam malpractice, it's because the design of the system is still faulty. When we shift, there won't be issues like exam malpractice. So to wrap up, I was going to say very importantly that everyone in the room right now has the capacity to build an app in less than an hour. Everyone in this room, right? That's the magic of AI, right? That was how I built BioGPT, right? If you go to easydigi.net, you see what BioGPT does for you. It's going to assist you with your lesson planning and those things and whatnot. But everyone in this room, right, has that capacity. So right now, for teachers, we have to shift the conversation, right, from even just using AI to creating the kind of AI that meets. Mr. Jide was talking about product things that address our local needs, right? So right now in this room, you can build the world is shifting more towards AI powered apps and the likes, right? So everyone in this room, you can build an app, and I'm saying that to just create a spark inside of you so you can do more research about it and you discover that it's actually possible, right? Right, various schools, we're going to build different kind of AIs to solve different kind of problems that we have within our school environment, right? And quickly, I want to say that I work with Bradley as the head of sales and customer success. And if you work in a school where you teach the British curriculum and you are interested in online tutoring, I told Miss Victoria that we have like 20 slots, but they're about for teachers. So you can just reach out to her. I'll be happy to receive you and we can talk about, because at a time like this, in this Nigerian economy, teachers need a lot of support, right? So happy Teachers Day.
Thank you so kindly, sir. Thank you so kindly. So before we invite Mr. Jide Ayegusi, could we please hear from Miss Onyinye if she's in the room? Miss Onyinye, are you in the room? And if it's possible to drop your contributions on the comment section so we could read that out before the session is ended. Could we please now move on to Mr. Jide for his closing speech? Thank you so kindly, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. So my advice will be for any edtech founder, in the building or in the house or that will listen to this, right? We want to build an inclusive solutions, inclusive solution rather. When I'm talking about inclusion, I'm not referring to inclusion being, ensuring that those who are disabled, have the chance to learn. I'm also talking about those who cannot even afford to learn at all, right? So, because most times when we're building solutions with profitability in mind, which is key. I mean, we're a business, right? We're selling to private schools, top private schools that account for I don't know how many percentage of the population, right, in Nigeria. The socially excluded, the educationally excluded community is the majority. We want to bear that in mind. And if you're solving for the guys who are already, on the path, to being educated alone, we're not doing anything, right? If you want, the current situation we find ourselves in Nigeria to change, we have to solve for the majority because they determine the future of this country. That's one. The second thing is, I'll say happy Teachers Day to everyone here. Let us continue to support our teachers with tools, not just tools. Every teacher deserves their pay, right? So a reward for teacher is no longer in heaven; it's now here on earth, right? So let us do whatever we can to support our teachers so that they're able to impart onto our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you so kindly. We want to specially appreciate you for taking out time out of your busy schedule. I know that if we're to say all that is inside of us to impact our participants today, 24 hours would not be enough. Thank you for summarizing all of this information in just this few minutes. And I want to apologize to a participant that I took our time over 2 minutes. I was given 20. I was expected to stop at 2:20 and then was given extra 5 minutes, 2:25, but I overshoot my time by 2 minutes. I sincerely apologize, and I want to say thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge. Thank you for this impact. And at this point, I'd like to invite the convener, Miss Victoria Ogunlade Ajise to the stage. And I would like to also invite Mr. Emmanuel on my behalf to take pictures with the panelists. Thank you so kindly. And I will be yielding the microphone to Mr. Emmanuel at this point. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all.
Thank you very much, Priscilla.
While the picture is ongoing, please don't forget to use the hashtag #TheBSBC2024. The BSBC 2024. Why is this hashtag important? It is important because it's an avenue for us to connect, to network. Remember, we talked about networking. Mr. Adebayo mentioned networking. Mr. Jide mentioned networking. Miss Bisayo mentioned networking. So it's time for us to network using the hashtag. So when you use the hashtag, you see every other person that's used the hashtag. And that way we can connect with each other, we can network, and we can all take this conference to another level virtually, and not just the physical space you're sitting there or the virtual space that I am sitting here. Thank you so much. I will be yielding the microphone at this moment to Mr. Emmanuel. Please take it up here from here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. Can I call on the special guests to come upstage, please? Thank you. Special guests. Thank you.
Actually very happy, like very happy. I brought my clients for the allocation and we're happy.
Well, I'm here for the allocation of land I bought with the Viva Estates.
We're here for the allocation of the Viva Estate, and I can say grants are crazy. You guys did really well.
One of my clients bought some plots here, so we are here for allocation.
Promise made and promise kept. For everyone that say Ekpe is far, Ekpe is far. I don't know where you are coming from that you are saying Ekpe is far. Come to the Viva, grant the cliffs, and come out, collect the genuine, dry 100% land. This is what they call what you ordered versus what you got. This is what I ordered and this is what I got. I feel good. I feel so good, fulfilled.
The whole experience, yes, good, jolly good, relaxing, and we're provided with some refreshments, and thank you for that.
First of all, the perimeter fencing, so far you've done the development, and I and my client are very, very impressed with this. Thank you so much. Message is that they should come and invest in Ekpe right now. They should come and invest in Ekpe right now, and they should not buy 3 floors, they should buy hectares, and they can absolutely trust Brad and Chris with their investment.
Come and buy land in Ekpe, especially with grants and grips. When you buy rest of mind, you buy peace for the future.
That was, and I'm hoping that this is not just a montage, but it's also a call to action for you to invest in real estate. As you know, it is something worth looking into. We might not, especially as educators, we may not make all the millions, but like we say, little drops makes a mighty ocean. Okay, so I would like to announce that courtesy one of the panelists who we're going to have during the last panelist session, Mr. Ibrahim Adebesi, there is going to be a 10,000 Naira giveaway right here in this conference. Nope, I'm not going to tell you what it is yet, but I'm going to come in due time to give the trivia question that will make you that will give you the opportunity to walk home with 10,000 Naira. Okay, having said that, can I invite one of Sprouting Daisies partners, one of our partners, Grounds and Crepes, to come give more light to what we have just watched on the montage we just watched a few seconds ago. Grounds and Crepes. A round of applause for them as they come up stage.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All right, my name is Mr. Adewale, and I'm representing Grounds and Crepes. So I'm just here to talk about 2 of our properties. One is Resview, and is located at Ekpe, K2 Ekpe. It's going for just 3 million naira. But right now, we are running a promo and it's actually going for 2.5 million. Then we have another one at the moment at Ayetoro Abeokuta. So that's going for 600,000 naira for 500 square meter. And we just initial deposit of 300,000. You can definitely key into that. And
I'm actually very, very happy, like very, very happy. I brought my clients for the allocation. And here we are happy.
Well, I'm here for the allocation of land I bought with the Viva Estates.
Waiting for the allocation of Davida Estate, and I can say grants are crazy. You guys did really, really well.
One of my clients bought some plots here, so we are here for allocation.
Promise made and promise kept. For everyone that say Ekpe is far, Ekpe is far. I don't know where you are coming from that you are saying Ekpe is far. Come to the Viva, Grand Cliffs, and come and collect the genuine, dry 100% land.
This is what they call what you ordered versus what you got. This is what I ordered and this is what I got.
I feel good. I feel so good, fulfilled.
The whole experience, yes, good, jolly good, relaxing, and we're provided with some refreshments, and thank you for that.
First of all, the perimeter fencing, so far you've done the development, and I and my client are very, very impressed with this. Thank you so much. Message is that they should come and invest in Ekpe right now. They should come and invest in Ekpe right now, and they should not buy 3 floors, they should buy hectares, and they can absolutely trust Brad and Chris with their investment.
Come and buy land in Ekpe, especially with grants and grips. When you buy rest of mind, you buy peace for the future.
And I'd like to thank everyone who is still here. I'd like to thank you so much for still sitting and sticking with us. It can be a lot, but I'm sure that you've placed much more value on what you are going to be getting out of this conference, and I thank you for it. We're going to try to speed things up a little bit, and without much ado, I would like to introduce us to the third and final panelist session. And I will start by calling on Grace Amoka. While she comes up, Grace Amoka is a trailblazing educator who epitomizes the power of global relevance within and beyond the confines of the classroom. Drawing from her experiences as a consultant for esteemed institutions like the African Leadership Academy and the World Bank, she firmly believes that every teacher possesses a vital voice in shaping educational policies and decisions. Through her one-on-one and group coaching programs, Grace empowers ambitious educators to distinguish themselves, becoming beacons that attract opportunities for greater impact, income, and influence. Her guidance is rooted in the belief that teaching transcends more instruction, and teachers have the potential to effect profound changes on a global scale. Grace is an award-winning public speaker and prolific author, having penned books like Dear Teacher, Beautiful Scars, and Colors of Hope. With a bachelor's degree in computer engineering, Grace bravely pivoted from her engineering profession to pursue her true passion in education. She holds a master's in education technology and continues her pursuit of knowledge through various certificates, embodying the essence of lifelong learning. With an impressive portfolio of thousands of clients trained and coached in even different countries, Grace's impact knows no borders. Her mission is to inspire individuals to recognize the boundless possibilities awaiting them when they open their hearts to new opportunities. Grace Amoka is that trailblazing educator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Grace Amoka. A round of applause for her, please. Grace Amoka, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's a pleasure. Okay, next I'm going to be reading the profile of Mr. Adebesh. I don't know if I could pronounce it. Okay, Mr. Ibrahim Adebeshi. Oh, is that Adebeshi? Okay, I look like a white man, so why don't I pronounce it the white way? Mr. Adebesin. Okay, he is an English educator with a Bachelor of Arts and a Master of Arts degree in English, a postgraduate diploma in education, and sundry certifications, IGCSE, TKT, short courses, and many more. He is a meticulous teacher with strict attention to quality and standards. He specializes in creative writing, grammar, oral English, literature, reading and listening, comprehension, and vocabulary and spelling. Having taught English and literature for about 20 years, to learners of varied age range from upper primary levels to A levels, he has learned a lot about the multifaceted roles of a teacher as a coach, counselor, confidant, disciplinarian, healer, leader, mentor, model, etc. He is also a writer of poems, prose work, and essays, and he has published a novel titled The University of Life, published in 2011 and recommended for use in Lagos State schools in 2012. His teaching philosophy is the future of the world is in my classroom. So I owe a profound duty to posterity to help learners in my classroom become critical and creative thinkers, good communicators, impactful collaborators, problem solvers, and agents of far-reaching positive change. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ibrahim Adebesin. A round of applause.
Yeah, thank
Thank you, sir, for joining.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, I am going to be calling on Mr. Omwero. Ogenemine Omwero. Okay, so bringing 18 years of teaching experience to the table, he is well versed in international education, particularly the British National Curriculum. His teaching journey spans from Key Stage 1 to Key Stage 5, showcasing a deep understanding of students' developmental stages. Specializing in MFL, he takes pride in organizing school productions and choir festivals, fostering creativity and a love for the arts among students. His career started off in the city of Abuja, where he worked in international schools in different capacities. He relocated last year to teach in England after being awarded a qualified teacher status. He is currently completing his middle leadership training alongside in NPQ in leading behavior and culture. He is passionate about equipping teachers from Nigeria with information needed to come teach in England. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Omwero. Thank you very much. Now, next, I'm going to be reading about Peace Ekeleme. Peace Ekeleme is a passionate teacher with nearly a decade of dedicated experience in education. She holds a bachelor's degree in French language from the University of Benin and a postgraduate diploma in education from the University of Lagos. For the past 7 years, she has nurtured young minds in the preschool setting where she taught both preschool and French language in Nigeria. For the last 2 years, she has embraced an exciting new chapter as an English language teacher in Japan. This opportunity has allowed her to merge her foundational skills in early childhood education with her love for languages in a multicultural environment. She is dedicated to guiding young learners through the joys of language and discovery, and she believes in the power of language to bridge cultures and enrich lives. Please make welcome Peace Ekeleme. You are all welcome to this panelist session, and I'd like to get straight into it. I have one more person that I'd like to also acknowledge. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Robinson. I'm not sure if she's around. Okay, Mrs. Robinson, I'd like to acknowledge your presence if you're around. Okay, I'd like to get straight into it, and I'd like to start with Peace Ekeleme. Peace Ekeleme, you transitioned from teaching in Nigeria to teaching English in Japan. What motivated your move, and what advice would you give to educators looking to explore teaching opportunities abroad, especially in non-English speaking countries?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. First of all, what inspired me to leave Nigeria to teach in Japan was kind of intrinsic. It centered around professional growth and also enriching experiences. So I wanted to leave my country. I wanted to learn about how things are done in other countries. I wanted to have an international experience. I wanted to harness my teaching skills. So I decided to maximize that opportunity when it came. So first of all was for professional growth. And also I've heard a lot about Japan, and then I had heard a lot about Japan and how interesting the country is, how beautiful it is. And yeah, I thought it would be, interesting working and living in a country where I'm not just teaching, I'm also having fun. Because as a teacher, I try to balance my life, my work life with my, social life. And Japan gave me all of that opportunities. So yeah, that was the reason I took the offer. And
Thank
your
you.
second question, sorry,
Yes, please.
my advice to those who would like to, explore other teaching opportunities outside Nigeria is for them to, first of all, you have to get the degree, you have to harness your skill. They also need to have the hunger, the um, passion to grow, to leave your comfort zone. You need to learn to be you need to have the desire to be better in your profession. So that was my first drive. So that is what I would advise them to do, to just go for it, maximize any opportunity you have to leave Nigeria to learn, because you will definitely learn when you leave Nigeria. There's a saying that you will never know how small your father's farm is until you leave and go see other farms. And that is exactly what I am experiencing right now. So Nigeria was wonderful. I loved the experience I had in Nigeria, learning, and of course that was what helped me to get this offer. And but I would say this my new experience is so much more better because I feel my desires have been met, kind of, because like I said, I wanted to learn, and I am learning. I have learned and I'm still learning a lot. So that's it.
Thank you very much for sharing. That was wonderful. Uh, Mr. Ogenemine Omuero.
Yes, sir.
You recently transitioned from teaching in Nigeria to England after obtaining qualified teacher status. Trust me, I know the hard work you must have put in there, and I salute you for it. So, my question is, what advice would you give to Nigerian educators who are interested in exploring teaching opportunities in the UK or other countries? And what key steps should they take to start this journey?
First of all, I want to say to anyone who is interested in coming to teach abroad, particularly in the UK, that it is a very wonderful experience. It is something that you will be glad you did. Okay. The first thing I would recommend for you is to look at your circumstance and find out what works best for you. Because to come and teach in England, particularly, there are different pathways. Okay, so you need to explore the pathway that would work for you. The first thing you should aim for is to get the qualified teacher status, because without QTS, you are not considered a teacher, even if you have a PhD in education. Okay, someone with just a degree with QTS would have a higher ranking above you, right, in any school setting. So the first thing would be for you to work towards getting QTS. Now, there are different pathways to getting QTS. The one I used is a pathway where the DFE, that's the Department for Education, is able to recognize my professional work experience for my country, right? It's called the Professional Recognition Service for teachers of languages, teachers of math, physics, and chemistry, basically STEM and languages. That's the pathway I used. Okay. Now, not everyone has a background in languages or STEM. So if that doesn't work for you, there are other options. You can explore the option of going to train to teach in England. So I normally tell people instead of traveling to the UK to do a master's degree, I would recommend, I always say it is my personal opinion, I would recommend that you do a PGCE with QTS. It's a 1-year program, after which you'll be awarded qualified teacher status, and you can find your way into a school. Other options will be the assessment only route. With the assessment only route, it is quite tricky because I'm not sure how it would work for people who are outside of the UK. The way it works is that you're trying to get QTS. You find your way into a school. You don't have QTS. You have an arrangement between the school and the DFE where you are observed for about 12 weeks thereabouts. They look at how you plan lessons, look at your practice basically, and you are awarded QTS. I would recommend the PGCE with QTS 1-year training. That's what I feel would be much more easier for people to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that information, and I could resonate with some of what you said, especially where when it comes to getting this QTS, it's one of the things on many educators' minds of recent. But I'm sure that with this information, we are going to be better armed to know what to do per time. Now, to Mr. Ibrahim Adebesin. With your extensive experience teaching in both Nigeria and the Middle East, how can educators maximize international teaching opportunities to enhance their careers and contribute to global education standards?
Yeah, all right. Excuse me. Thank you for having me here today. First of all, we can start by talking about the fact that there are a lot of international teaching opportunities out there, but how accessible are these opportunities for teachers, particularly teachers from this part of the world, from Nigeria? So I think there are certain factors that, first of all, will put those teachers in certain position to be able to access those opportunities. And one of those, just like every other speaker said earlier, is knowledge and skills. So I know there are a lot of Nigerian teachers currently in Nigeria who are very knowledgeable, who are very skillful, but I would advise that they should keep amassing more knowledge, more skills, because apart from the usual teaching skills, there are so many other skills that they need to get. Communication skills, creative thinking skills, collaboration skills, then cultural awareness skill, which is very important. They need to have a lot of these skills. Okay. And for those teachers that are not doing enough in terms of seeking knowledge, I advise that you can't. Sometimes you see someone who will say they want to be like Miss Victoria here, who has been very go-getting. You can't be like Miss Victoria if you're not as go-getting and resilient as she is. So we should continuously seek knowledge. So that's the first thing. Another one is collaboration. Many of these opportunities are there, but there's that disconnect between those that need the information and where the information is. So one of the ways to get information is to constantly collaborate with people. Go on LinkedIn, follow people, like they say in Nigerian parlance, people who know the way, follow them, and then you get a lot of these opportunities. Okay. Now, if you are lucky enough to now get these opportunities, how do you maximize them? Because they say that they can only help to get a job, they cannot help to do the job. So once you've got this job, how do you maximize the opportunities? Now, we cannot overemphasize the place of learning. So we need to continuously learn on the job. Now, let me give you a personal experience. Before I came to Qatar, I'd always been a secondary school teacher, teaching English and literature. But when I was being interviewed for this job, I was told from the outset that it's a primary school job. And by that, it means I'll be a homeroom teacher, teaching maths, English, social studies, and science. And that's a big one for me. Big one because I'd never liked maths. Okay. Now, back in secondary school, biology was one of my best subjects. So I didn't find it difficult to actually teach science. So it was a big issue for me. As a matter of fact, the first 2 weeks of my teaching here, teaching maths, actually, specifically teaching maths, was a total disaster. Because even the kids could actually, see that this guy is not, wasn't, teaching this subject well. But I didn't just give up. I watched a lot of, I spent hours and hours watching a lot of videos on how to teach. Not only because I needed to be able to teach maths, but to be able to teach maths to kids in this part of the world where English is a second language, because they have a very strong first language, which is Arabic. So I watched a lot of videos. I spent hours watching videos. I spent hours, solving mathematics. And by the end of it, towards the end of term one, I started, getting some strength. But I was teaching other subjects very, very well: the English, the science, the social studies. But math, was a challenge until I got to term two. So that's one of the things. So once you get the opportunity, you need to maximize it. You need to keep learning on the job. And another one is that you need to be very open-minded. You are going to another environment, another country. Even within your country, you have, when we have plurality of languages, you have different concepts, there are different ideologies and all that. Within the country itself, you need to be very open-minded, let alone when you now go to a country that is very distant from yours. So there are certain things that we see here that will shock you in terms of the way people think, the way they talk, the way they behave, and all that. You don't need to freak out. You just need to be very open-minded and be calm and learn. You learn so many things. And I think finally, one other way to maximize that is to continue investing in yourself. The last one I've been here, this is my second year now. In the last 1 year, I've been able to do a lot of courses, a lot of training sessions organized by my school. I did some on my own and all that. So I didn't say because I got here, so I just relaxed like that. So I've been investing in myself. I just recently started my second master's degree in educational leadership because I just don't want to just stay here. I want to keep moving. And then finally, do not stagnate. By not stagnating, don't sit on the fact that you've got a job here. You just want to sit here. You have to look for other ways. Are there other opportunities elsewhere? And the reason why I say that is in the Middle East, for those that know the Middle East very well, teaching job there's so much job insecurity. You can have a job this month, the next month you're out of job. They're just sacking people, people get sacked easily. So don't just stagnate, don't just sit in one place, keep learning and then keep, exploring other opportunities and all that. So I think those 4 points should be okay for now. Yeah. Hello?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for sharing with us. So one thing I got from what he said, or from what he shared, is vulnerability. So as a teacher, you heard when he shared about the fact that his first few weeks it was a disaster, and it could happen to any one of us. So as long as we don't prove that we are supermen or superwoman, things are likely going to go well with us. All right. I would like to go to Grace Amoka. Grace Amoka, having worked for institutions like the African Leadership Academy and the World Bank, you've worked on shaping educational policies. How can teachers become more involved in influencing educational decisions on a global scale, and what steps can they take to amplify their voices in these spaces?
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure and an honor to be here. So the first thing that I like to say is that your voice matters, as a teacher. Before we go into what are the strategies to do, what are the steps and all of that, one of my coaches used to say that your work will not speak for itself. I know we grew up hearing things like, oh, if you do good work, it will speak for you. No. Your work needs a voice, and there's nothing wrong with your own voice. So that's the first thing I would say. And it's important for us to be part of these conversations beyond just complaining about what's wrong in our education system. Because, and I'll be very, very open, nobody cares about the fact that teachers are not well remunerated, the stress load on teachers. Nobody cares about all of those things, especially if they have never worked in the classroom. So you need to stand up to speak for yourself. That's why it's important, So you can imagine sitting in a room filled with knowledgeable people from the Harvards and the Princetons of this world, and they're talking about making teacher policy work. There's no teacher there. How would you expect them to write policies that will be favorable to you? Yeah. So more of us need to join these conversations. And just listening to all the speakers that I've heard so far, one thing that comes strongly to me is if you want to get the results that they have gotten, you need to do what they did. So what I used to do at some point in my career would be to go on LinkedIn and literally stalk people. So if I saw someone like Miss Victoria and I liked the work that she's doing, I would look at what qualifications she has. Because it's not enough for me to just dream of working with the UNICEF and the United Nations. What are the things that I need to have to get to that place? So very practically, you need to be very intentional about what this process looks like. I would also say join professional networks and communities. And I know at this point you start to think of how you can join like local teacher networks, and it's absolutely fine. But if your aim is to work on a global stage and solve global problems, you also need to increase that network and think about joining some of these global education networks. We all have the internet, which I mean, it's such a level playing field for all of us. So think of them: Global Partnership for Education, ISTE. I was part of Teach for Nigeria, which is a partner of the network of Teach for All. So that's another like huge platform that I have. There is OECD Education and Skills. There's 100. There's A. I mean, there are tons of them. Just ask ChatGPT or ask BioGPT. What are some of these professional networks I can be part of? One of the other ways is what we're currently doing today, which is participating in these kinds of forums and conferences. And don't just participate and be passive. Have a networking goal. So I know a lot of times people say, oh, network, but they don't tell you how. When I go for education conferences, I have a goal. So I want to meet 5 people. I want to meet one person in policy, one person in curriculum. I know that I want to start out doing consultancy. So I want to meet a consultant that has done consulting for global organizations. That's the way to network. So you reach out to them, have conversations around the work they do and the work that you do, and follow up. Don't just collect people's cards and their phone numbers, and that's the end of it. Yeah. I'll also say, don't be too quick to take no for an answer. And I'm saying things that I've practically done. You will get rejection emails a lot. It's a game of numbers. So if you plant a lot of seeds, one must sprout. Yeah, one has to sprout. So you need to be comfortable with getting no, and don't give up too easily. Be resilient. So if there's a conference, for example, that you've seen and you're not able to travel for it, for example, but you know that you have something to give in terms of you want to speak at the conference, reach out to the organizers of the conference to say, oh, this is my area of expertise and I'd like to speak at the conference. So when we say expertise, you now start thinking, is the Victoria people that are experts? So think about the fact that every human being is trying to move from point A to point Z. You are also on that journey, but you've been able to move from A to E. Yeah. Your expertise is in moving from point A to E. There are people that haven't even taken the first step. So when I say area that you're an expert in, if you've taught for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, you have something to offer, and you have to be able to present yourself or position yourself as someone that can offer these kinds of services. Yeah. Another thing I would say, and I'm sure we must have heard from the other sessions, is leverage digital tools. I mean, no teacher has any excuse these days because you have social media. There's YouTube, there's blog, there are panel discussions that you can have. An event like this, nothing stops you from having yours. But if you feel like you can't have yours yet, collaborate with other people. So collaborate on international projects. Did you hear what I said? I don't say continue your local championship. Collaborate on international projects. So if there are projects that pique your interest, reach out to these people. Out of 30 people you reach out to is not possible. Even if your village people are pursuing you, at least 5 of them will say yes. And then that's how you build your portfolio, you build your networks. I would also say research. One of the things I really liked, I think it was Ms. Abisayo that said during her session is, you're already an expert researcher. What are you doing with the work that you're researching? So reach out to magazines and journals and write for them. So those are some of the ways you can start to contribute to policy discussions and also improve your brand, because nobody is saying become the next Instagram sensation or the next LinkedIn sensation. When we type your name on the internet, what is going to come up? Yeah. So think about what your presence online looks like. Very practically today, Google yourself incognito and see what comes up. Yeah, because we will find you on Facebook. And if you're the person that used to drag people on other people's blog, we're going to see your digital footprint and we're not going to want to work with you on a global stage. So do that exercise today. Go back home. You're not, see, you need to carry yourself as a professional that you are as a teacher. Yeah, nobody's coming to save you. Your voice matters globally. And there's work for all of us to do. And I feel like those are some of the first steps that I'd like to advise you to take. So set yourself online and clean all those rubbish things you put on Facebook. Go and remove them. Like just go and remove them and start a new life. There's lots of opportunities for everyone that is coming on this panel to tell you that there are opportunities. Don't be too quick to say it's only for them. Who are the them? You're part of this equation. So those are some of the tips and strategies that I would say would be helpful to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your candor, Ms. Grace Amoka. That was very outstanding. Thank you very much. And I'd like to recognize the presence of Mrs. Robinson. Mrs. Robinson, are you here with us? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, it's a pleasure to have you around. I'd like to ask, if you don't mind me asking, is your video? Can you turn on your video? Are you in a position where you can turn on your video, or you'd prefer to stay anonymous?
Okay. Okay, let me turn it on.
That's lovely. Thank you so much, Mrs. Robinson, for coming. I have a question for you, Mrs. Robinson. What are the key skills or qualities that educators should develop to enhance their global relevance and impact? And how can they start building these skills?
Thank you for having me. One of the primary ways of building the skills is loving what you are doing. Have a passion for the teaching profession. I know that in Nigeria, most of us are in that profession because that is the easiest way for us to earn income. But when you now add passion to it, then you will go beyond your comfort zone to reach out to students. And from there, reaching out to your students, we also want you to give them their best. And how can you give your best? The first way to do that is when you develop yourself. And that is the major key. We cannot emphasize more on development of the teacher. You can't give what you don't have. You can only give what you have. And the best way to do this is always research, read, look for opportunities, reach out to individuals, make use of your internet in a favorable way. Then you are building a platform. I remember before I started my journey as an educator to teach globally, I have to reach out to someone like Vicky and ask, what do you think we need to do? And the first thing is just set a goal for yourself. So what is my goal? What did I set for myself? And how can I achieve it? Not just putting it down in paper, but we want to work on each of these goals. And when we do that, you can accomplish anything you want as far as education is concerned.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Robinson, for sharing. Thank you very much for sharing. We really appreciate that. I'd like to go to Peace Ekeleme. A second question. With your background in French and experience teaching preschool and English, how can educators leverage multilingual skills to enhance their teaching careers internationally? How important is language learning in creative global citizens from a young age?
Okay, first of all, language is so important, and the first reason is because it helps create connection. Like one of the panelists said, networking, that is very important. We all know how important that is. So if there is a language barrier, or if it is impossible for you to understand the language of your neighbor. Connecting or interacting will be very difficult. And also, that could rob you of any opportunities. So, it is very important to learn a language. It is an important skill for children, for adults, for everyone. Learning a second language is important. Secondly, for children, it also helps their cognitive abilities. It enhances cognitive abilities because studies have shown that students that learn different language or students that are bilingual kind of perform better than others that are not. So learning a language helps them develop their cognitive skills. It also helps their communication skills, and most importantly, job opportunities. So that is important because if you don't understand a language, like I said before, if you don't understand a language of your business partner or someone close to you, it would be difficult for you to maximize that relationship. Same in the job market. If you don't speak a particular language, you would not get what you want. You would not get the job or something. So I want to give an example. Okay, for instance, here in Japan, I see parents putting so much um, efforts to ensuring that their child or ward is able to learn English. That is because here in Japan, Japanese starts and ends in Japan. So if you leave Japan, what are you going to speak? How would you maximize the opportunities in other countries or in the world in general? So learning just a language could limit someone, could limit you as a person. So it is important to be bilingual. It's important to learn as many languages as you can because it helps you to it gives you an edge. It helps you to maximize opportunities, create connection, and just achieve your desired goals. So that is very important.
Thank you very much for sharing. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure we've drawn some insights from that. All right, Mr. Omoero, with experience in both Nigeria and British educational systems, how can educators adapt their teaching methods to meet the demands of different curricula while maintaining their personal teaching philosophy and effectiveness? Mr. Omoero.
Yes, thank you for your question. I will start by saying, if you have a group of teachers, right, from Africa, from Nigeria, and you ask them about their philosophies, you will find out that there is some sort of similarity, right? Everybody wants to be a good teacher. Everybody wants to stand out. Whatever the philosophy is, there's some sort of similarity. The first thing I would recommend to anyone would be to do a little bit of research about the countries you want to go to, you want to teach in, find out what's obtainable there, right? Or international best practices. Then you would triangulate the data you get from your research and making sure that that is in line with your philosophy. Because if you believe in something totally different from what's obtainable in the countries you want to go to, it means it will be more like you being square pegs. How is that? What's that saying? How is the saying again?
Placing square pegs in round holes.
Yes, you understand. So you need to ensure that you get data about these places, triangulate the data, make sure it's in line with what you believe in, and run with it. Trust me, you would fly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing. That was very insightful. I really appreciate it. Now to Mr. Ibrahim. Mr. Ibrahim, based on your experience working in reputable schools in Nigeria and now in Qatar, what are some of the unique challenges and opportunities that come with teaching abroad, and how can educators navigate these successfully? Mr. Ibrahim. Mr. Ibrahim, you seem to be muted.
Hello,
we can't
sorry.
hear you. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to start with the opportunities based on what I'm aware of in the Middle East here. So in the Middle East here, for instance, many teaching positions here, they offer very comprehensive salary and benefit packages, including housing, health insurance, and ticket for annual flight home. And then one very interesting part of it is that the salaries here are tax-free. Okay, you don't pay tax here. And salary can range from between 8,000 real and then 19,000. 8,000 real should be around $2,000, I guess. Okay, so it can range from within that range. And then most contracts 1 year. There are some 2 years, and at the end of the contract, if they are satisfied with your service or services, they could extend it. They will ask if you want to, if you want the contract to be extended. So, and then there's also opportunities for general annual leave. You have national holidays. Now, the holidays are not as many as what we have in Nigeria, okay, but I mean, the holidays they have here, so I mean, they're fascinating holidays. You have 1 week midterm breaks for the 3 terms. We have at least 2 months of summer vacation, and the vacation here, once school closes for end of the session, there's nothing like extension classes, the holiday coaching, everybody leaves and go on
summer
vacation.
School.
Yeah, no summer school. And then there are also breaks for Eid al-Fitr, because it's a Muslim country. So those breaks too, they are also there. And then there are so many. Qatar is, replete with a lot of amazing places to visit. In fact, if you are not financially prudent, you could waste all your money on visiting places and all that, because there are so many amazing places, so many amazing things to buy. So there are many opportunities there. And then I think another opportunity is going to be the fact that the salary here is very good, particularly when you compare to the Nigerian, hand in hand with the Nigerian currency. And so earning that big here, one could, it places in a position to be able to afford to do so many things. Let me give you an example. The 1 year that I've spent here so far, the amount of money that I've made is not something I could. I could teach in Nigeria for like years, several years. I will not be able to make that kind of amount of money in 1 year. Okay, so that's another opportunity. So there are actually a lot of opportunities there. Unfortunately, as we have opportunities, we also have some challenges, which educators have to be very mindful of. They want to come here. One of the common challenges that we talk about is the language barrier. Like I said earlier, it's predominantly Arabic first language culture. So to come here and you want to enjoy teaching here, try as much as you can. In fact, if you speak Arabic, it's going to be like a huge advantage for you, a huge one. And then if you're also a Muslim, it's going to be like added advantage also because it's a Muslim country. But that doesn't mean that there are no Christians there. There are Christian teachers. In fact, in my school, my current school, there are more Christian teachers than there are Muslim teachers. Okay, so there are Christians, so it doesn't discriminate against religion. So language barrier is one of them. And another one is cultural, differences. For instance, because it's a Muslim country, particularly, especially during Ramadan, once Ramadan is going on, they are not forcing you actually, but they just believe that it's part of you respecting the religion. For instance, you can't be found eating just anywhere during Ramadan. If you need to eat, for instance, even in staff room, they ask you if you have to eat in the staff room, you must make sure that no student comes in. You must try as much as possible and see that there are no Muslim fasting Muslims in the staff room. Okay, it's part of their culture which you have to respect. Okay, and then that your dress code also is very important. And then if you are the lovey-dovey type, for instance, you can't be found on the street, even with your partners, with your wives, with your husbands, can't be found on the street, doing lovey-dovey and all that. They don't accept, that public display of affection. So you have to be very careful about that. And then loneliness, like they say, is not your mate. That's one thing that you just like you experience when you go to any country, anywhere outside your comfort zone. There's a lot of loneliness there because there are not many Nigerians that you know. And then sometimes when you meet Nigerians, there's always that sense of carefulness. They are trying to be very careful because Qatar is a very strict country. You do some little things that can mess up your chances and you can get deported. So everybody is just very conscious, very careful, not to run into Nigerians that will jeopardize their opportunities and all that. So, and then classroom management is another big thing. Okay, my first year here, I really struggled with that. especially because there was a lot of things I was trying to battle with, understand. The time I came here, the school was going to have its accreditation soon, and the way accreditation is done here, it's like, of course, the what do you call the inspectors from the ministry. They look so friendly. They come to your class smiling and all that, but some of the mistakes you make could be used against you. So you have to very careful. Everybody, there's so much tenseness. Even those teachers that have been here for like 10 years, there was so much. I mean, when I add that to the problem I mentioned earlier, the problem of having to learn how to teach mathematics, it was a huge one, trying to cope with the language. The kids were so unruly when I came. It was so difficult, to cope with that. And, they constantly, of course, there was a lot of support also. The management, colleagues, they come to my class sometimes, speak to the kids and all that. But all of that happened in the first year. In the second year, which is where which I am in currently, things are going very smoothly. Because I learned from the mistakes I made last year. And then I think another challenge could be that homesickness. Okay, you tend to feel homesick. You miss the family, because the kind of contract I got does not include family. So if I have to bring my family, I will have to be responsible for that on my own. And education here is very expensive for kids. Okay, I could spend on just a single kid the whole salary that I get for 1 month, for 2 months. So there's no need bringing them here. So they stay back at home. What other challenge can I talk about now? Yeah, okay, talking about the homesickness. Okay, we have a lot of Nigerian, restaurants here. So that will a little bit, cushion the effect of the homesickness, because since I got here, I've not been able to cope with the Qatari delicacies, so I have to order Nigerian food, and they are cheap to afford. So that a little bit takes me closer to home, of course, and sometimes also the few Nigerians that I have around, we get to meet also once in a while and fraternize and all that. So I think those are just some of the challenges and opportunities that readily come to mind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim. That was profound. Thank you for sharing.
Okay.
Ms. Grace Amoka, you have a strong commitment to continuous learning, holding multiple qualifications. How important is lifelong learning for educators who want to stay globally competitive? And what learning pathways would you recommend for those looking to expand their influence beyond the classroom? Ms. Amoka.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. And first thing I will say is, COVID hit all of us. And as much as we would like to think that's the worst thing that has happened in the history of mankind, there are other things that are going to come up. And we need to be prepared. We need to be ready for all of the challenges that we're going to face. And these challenges are not just restricted to whatever country it is that you're in. So education landscape is rapidly changing, with technological advancements and new, models and methods. So the only way to stay competitive, especially if you want to be relevant globally, is continuous learning. And I'll divide how this can happen in like a few categories. And the first one is structured learning pathway. So it's in the teaching profession that you will meet someone that has been teaching for decades, but they're not certified. So you've been teaching for such a long time, but you don't have your basic teacher certificate. And one of the take homes I would like us to go with is to be challenged. In other professions, they have these examinations that they take periodically to help them stay relevant and just to have the required qualifications or certifications. So you need to do that as well. So think about structured learning pathways. You need to get if you don't have a BSc yet in education, you need to get one. If you're like me that transitioned from education technology into education, you know that you need to get a PGD. And after the PGD, why not do your master's? Why not do your doctorates? A lot of these things are fully funded, so think about some of these structural learning pathways. There's policy, there's leadership with international focus. So think about that. There's also certifications. And again, if you have a smartphone, you don't have an excuse because you have the Coursera's, the EDXs, the Udemy's that offer certifications to you from top universities. So you don't even have the excuse of, I have not JAPA'd yet. Before you JAPA, let your certificate help you japa. So you can take some of these certifications from top universities around the world. Then something like what you're doing right now, workshops and conferences. And teachers, please, let's learn to pay for conferences. I mean, it's great that we have sponsored events like this, but if you really want to push this to the next level and stay relevant, there are places that you need to pay for to get access to. So think global education conferences. One of your goals for next year, for example, and you can start from Africa. What are the conferences in education or seminars or workshops that are happening in some of these other countries? Who are the experts that I need to be learning from? And you can always find them on LinkedIn. So platforms like some of the ones I mentioned before, the Global Education Skills Forum and all of that, think about, or research, what are the conferences that they have next year? Can I save up to attend just one of them? I mean, just start with that one, yeah? So that's another way that you can continue with this lifelong learning process. Another thing I'll mention is mentorship. This road is not something you can do alone. At some point in your career, you need to start to think, what's the next step? So I've been in the education space for like 10 years. I've done training programs for teachers. I've done coaching. I've been a consultant. What's the next step? Especially if I want to start lending my voices to global conversations. So I want to go into policy. I want to go into curriculum. I want to work with international organizations that have education as their core focus. Sometimes you need a mentor to show you how to go about it. So how do I navigate this terrain, especially when I'm new? I mean, you may have been in education for a long time, but for what you want to now move into, you may be a newbie. So seek out mentors and don't go send someone an Instagram message and say, please come and mentor me. That's not how you go about it. Yeah. When you think mentorship, think horizontal and think vertical. What I mean is there are people among your peers that already ahead of you in certain ways. You need to seek them out as mentors. And it doesn't have to be an official letter that you write to them and say, please come and be my mentor. No, you have friends that have had global exposure. Ask them how they did it. What do they need to do to get those opportunities that they got? Because these opportunities are everywhere. They are available. You just need to believe in yourself and trust that you deserve it. So I'll just give an example from one of the engagements that I had with the World Bank, for example. It was an opportunity that came up. And one of the things I like to tell the people I work with is, don't be the one that disqualifies yourself before other people have the chance to disqualify you. So don't see an opportunity and say, I don't qualify for it. Try first. If they tell you no, I mean, it's just next opportunity. Move on to the next one. Then have a goal for your personalized learning. So the same way you will design an individualized education plan for your students, have one for yourself as well. So for me, 2025, I already have the things that I want to do, conferences that I want to speak at, conferences that I want to organize, courses I want to take. I'm currently working on a research paper around teachers and AI, and things like that. So have a personalized learning plan. Those are some of the ways that you can be a lifelong learner indeed, and not just in word, because we like to throw around all of these fancy things. Oh, I'm a lifelong learner and all of that. I'm not even a 2024 learner. Yeah. So think personalized learning, workshops and conferences, certifications. And then if you need to get another degree, by all means, there are scholarships available for you and just tons of opportunities. Yeah. So do your research, and then put yourself out there. The world is waiting for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for sharing that profound pieces of advice. They are just spot on, and I'm quite confident that we have listened here today, and we're going to put most of these things to practice. Thank you for your time so far, Mrs. Robinson. Unfortunately, I'd like to wrap up this session, with your own contribution to this ongoing conversation about building a sustainable brand. Mrs. Robinson, I'd like to ask you, what last word do you have for all of us? What last word do you have for all of us, to help us in building this sustainable brand, to help us becoming that better person, that better version of us there. I just feel, based on the ongoing conversation, I just feel that there's something you have for us, that is going to help us in the long run. Please do share with us.
In the long run, what is going to help all of us is setting a goal. It might be a baby step. It can be weekly, it can be monthly, it can be yearly. But we want to make sure that we achieve all our goals. Even when you set these goals and the time frame is not enough, don't be discouraged. Just keep on doing it. Set another one for yourself that you know is attainable. Then there is nothing you want to reach out for that you will not be. One of my major experience lessons I've learned for more than a year teaching kids with special needs is there is nothing that we, the creator, have set our brain in such a way that there is nothing we cannot achieve once we put our heart into it. And that is what the teaching profession is all about. Just keep on reaching out to it. It will be your turn one day.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing. We really appreciate that piece of advice, and we've had quite a lot. We've had quite a lot today, and I'm positive that it's going to be a time of refreshing, a time of re-strategizing for every one of us, especially in the education sector. And I'd like to thank you all, our panelists, for coming once again. We've been here for a while, and I really, on behalf of the convener, Mrs. Victoria Agunlade Ajishe, I really want to convey her thanks for your time here. We understand how busy your schedule is. Some of you are even, it's probably is nighttime or midnight over there, yet you still grace this occasion. We are most grateful to you for being here with us. Thank you so much for coming. Can we please give them a round of applause? Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I would like to move on. I would like to move on to, yes. I'd like to move on to the trivia I spoke about. I'd like to move on to the trivia I spoke about. But before I do that, I'd like to find out a teacher who is here. If you're a teacher here and your name starts with the letter R. If you're a teacher here and your name starts with the letter R, could you please raise your hand? R. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. If you're a teacher here and the name of your workplace starts with the letter O, can you raise your hand? So, no, now that you mentioned it, I'm not going to mention that. Okay. Okay. If you are a teacher here and you're a teacher here, you're actively working in a school and what's going to be the criteria now? Okay, let me try to put it better. If you're a teacher here, you teach in a particular school, and the name of the school starts with the letter L. Okay, could you please, can I crave your indulgence to please come forward? Can I see you, please? Thank you. You're going to share your name. You're going to share your name and what you do, the class you teach, or this, and the school, definitely the name of the school where you work. I will find out. I will go to the particular school and I will find out.
private information. All right. My name is Fumi Bakari. The name of the school where I teach is Lagos Preparatory and Secondary School, Glover Road, Ikoyi. I teach children in Key Stage 1.
Key stage 1, that means either of year 1 or year 2. At the moment. Okay. All right. Congratulations. You've just won yourself you've just won yourself a gift courtesy of the convener. She has given this out gracefully and she has asked me to give it to whoever is going to fall within the category that I have just mentioned. So congratulations. The book is yours.
All right. Thank you, convener. Thank you so much.
A round of applause to her. Okay. The trivia. We are here. Now, to the trivia question. Well, if you collaborate, it's not on me. 10,000 naira is at stake, so you may want to guard this jealously. Are you ready? Oh, yes, I did mention earlier. So it's courtesy of Mr. Ibrahim Adebeshi. And he was one of the panelists who spoke. And his foundation, sorry, I'd hate to miss that. Okay, so his foundation is, his foundation is named the Edupowerment Foundation. The Edupowerment Foundation. So thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim Adebeshi, for this. Grateful. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready? We have listened to a lot of people. We have heard so much from these people, and in fact, even if you don't think so, on your behalf, I must think that you have been really empowered. So I'd like you to, in 2 minutes, I'm going to time you. In 2 minutes, I'd like you to list 10 speakers. I'd like you to list 10 speakers who have shared insights with us today. You're 10 and you must not break a sweat. Well, it's 10,000 naira. 10, yes, not 1, 10. 2 minutes starts right now. What? Well, 1 minute, 38 seconds. You want to try? Okay. Who else is ready?
Okay. So we have Mrs. Grace, Mrs. Babatunde.
Sorry. Now, this is the deal. You're not just going to mention their first names. I'd like you to mention their names and their surnames. So should I still come to meet you? Well, it's 10,000 naira.
Okay. Okay. Mrs. Grace Fakoya, Mrs. Babatunde, Mrs. Oh, can I just call the names like please? Okay. Yes, Mr. Jide, Mr. Ibrahim, Mr. Ogener, Miss Victoria. She did welcome. Okay. Miss Peace, Miss there's one Ekweme, I don't know. I don't know the name, Miss Ekweme, Mr. Innocent, Miss Ekweme. 7. There's one, I don't know the first name. I'm just saying that's 7, 3 to go. Mrs. Feishara.
Time of 8. Thank you so much. Should we give her? No, I protest. It should. We must be excellent. We should give her 5,000. Oh, that is true. Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. So please come. Who said? What did you say? To another person who can mention the 10. What do you say? All right. I received the message. Please give her, and so she shall receive. Please say thank you. Please, a little thank you to the.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ibrahim. God bless you. And thank you so much, Preston Daisies, for this opportunity. I'm blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Right, it is that time where we call forth the convener to give her closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Victoria Ogunlade Ajishe. It's not easy. Could you please give her a round of applause for putting together this fantastic program?
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for living the comfort of your house. I don't even know if I'm laughing or crying. But thank you for making this a success. Thank you for those that are watching from different parts of the world. So I was afraid doing this. But here we are. It's successful. Thank you. Thank you for the love. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for supporting the brand. Thank you for loving your job. Thank you for deciding to be teachers and educators. I've read my makeup. Despite the challenges, everybody's saying, we're so proud of you. We like what you're doing. Thank you. And I want to believe that since we've had more than 5-10 people say this, I want to believe this was a fantastic event. Do you agree with me? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I especially appreciate those of you that have waited till this time. There is feeding. We had a bit of issues with feeding. It was not easy bringing eating, but there's something for you that you definitely get. Thank you to those that decided to take a step and, pay for their certificates. If I gather the cost of the certificate and the event, it's nothing compared to, what we've spent, but the fact that you took that step, it shows that you're ready to commit, to your personal growth. I really do appreciate that. There'll be so many other events. I can't keep doing free so that I don't go to the village. But there'll be both free and paid events. The commitment is that at least every month we organize something for educators. So we would update you on what it would be. Now, for educators that are looking to build a personal brand, an education business, a consulting business, there's the TCM Edupreneur Academy. It's a course scheduled for 1 month, a 34-lesson course. You will have weekly access to live calls. You'll be grouped with accountability partners. For those that subscribe to the inner circle option, you'd have one-to-one sessions with me so that I can show you all that I have practiced, all through the years that has helped me achieve this lot, such that I'm even able to say, let me do a corporate social responsibility and do stuff like this. Now, ideally, it's still very low price because we want a lot of people to be able to benefit from it. So ideally, the regular cost is 35,000 naira or $35 or the equivalent in whatever country that you're watching from. For the inner circle, it's 50,000 naira or $50 or the equivalent in whatever country you're watching from. However, just as a Teachers' Day support again, in addition to all that we've done, we want to give a discount. So you get up to 30% discount depending on the subscription. But the discount is only for today only because it is Teachers' Day. Right, it is just a free gift. So rather than the 35,000 naira, anyone that has 28,000 or $28, they will be they'll be onboarded on the regular course. For those that have 35,000 or $35 instead of 50,000 naira, today only they'll be onboarded on the inner circle. So it expires at 11:59 p.m. If there's anyone who is interested in that, just send me TEA at TCM Edupreneur Academy to my personal WhatsApp or to my admin assistant that's been, sharing with you all along. Also for certificates, it's always a lot of requests for certificates. I can't even tell you the numbers, and it takes a long period of time. I don't want to keep doing certificates 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the event. It's not fruitful to me. There are other projects that we'll be working on that will, actually bring more money and reimburse what we've spent. So please, if there's anyone who is still interested in requesting for certificates, kindly do that before 6 p.m., at least by 6 p.m. today, so that we can try to sort everyone either by the end of this week, and then for those that paid very late, maybe we finish it by early next week. But those that subscribed before today, rest assured that before the end of this week, we'll send it to your email. So I think now I'm not crying anymore, and I feel so excited. I feel so glad that the BSB Conference 2.0 came to life as of yesterday. I said it is tomorrow. What will it even look like? I didn't know. I said, well, let me come. Before I know, just like yesterday had ended, today we still end, and I will say it has ended. And I'm here today, and I'm so glad. Thank you so much, everyone. See you in BSB 3.0.
She has been so emotional, and it's for the right reason. Thank you very much. Please remember, any pictures you take or you took right here in the conference, please remember to share it on various social media platforms. Please a sec. Okay. All right. I'm being informed that we can have a group picture right after this session, just right now for physical attendees right now. So if you can, please, could you come around? We're going to clear the stage so that we can have a group picture. Thank you, viewers, for watching, for tuning in, for believing in the Build a Sustainable Brand 2.0. We love you and we celebrate you, and we look forward to the BSB Conference 3.0 in 2025.